Committee will come back to order. We now are going to consider log number 3608 by Mr. Garamendi of California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I was about to answer your question when you asked, why do I seek recognition here? And that is to bring to the attention of the members about an extraordinarily expensive program called the Sentinel, which used to be called the GBSD. This program is, over the next decade and a half, 2 decades, will easily be $120 to $150 billion. It essentially is designed and purpose is to replace the Minuteman III, which some people think is out of date. Well, it is an old rocket system and an old weapon system, but it's not out of date. It actually is going to continue to work for the next 15 years, probably maybe 20 years. And that's based upon the Sentinel program, which assumes that the Minuteman III will continue to be operable and functional for the next 15, 20 years as the Sentinel replaces it. This amendment is pretty simple. It simply says, let's look at what our priorities are. Do we really need a new intercontinental ballistic missile system now? Do we need to spend billions of dollars in the next couple of years, 5 years or so? Or are there other things that we should be spending that money on within the military, not off into all those social programs, but rather in the military? And the answer is yes. There are many other priorities that are competing for this money that the Sentinel program will consume. And so this amendment says, let's pause the Sentinel program. Not stop it, not kill it, but pause it. The Minuteman III will be quite satisfactory for some time into the future. By that I mean at least a decade, and quite probably longer. And let's spend the money that we debated so much two weeks ago when we were talking about the debt limit. And all of the cuts, all of the talk about being conservative with the taxpayer's dollar. Let's spend that money on high priorities within the military. And there are many. For example, we might want to replenish our munitions that have been sent off to good purpose in Ukraine. We may want to focus on ships and other new modern equipment that we need to deal with the Pacific. We may want to spend money building bases and facilities and depots. We may want to upgrade our depots so that they can actually be more modern rather than Civil War era. So well, this is a simple amendment. It simply says, let's pause this program. Let's spend the money where we need it, not stop it. We'll continue to spend some money along the way. That's it. If I had 30 minutes, maybe I can persuade you. I hope I did it in 3.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like the last amendment to abandon the plans for plutonium pit production, this basically would abandon the going forward of the nuclear modernization of the ICBMs, the Sentinels. I respect my colleague in many ways, but we totally disagree on this particular issue. The proposal to move forward with the Sentinel ICBM was started under President Obama, continued under President Trump, and now fully supported by President Biden. It is bipartisan. The Air Force has reviewed this multiple times and determined time and time again that this plan to life extend Minuteman III, if we were to follow Mr. Garamendi's lead, would spend more money than replacing it with the Sentinel. A 2019 Air Force study directed by this committee estimated that a life extension, as it being proposed under this amendment, would cost $20 billion more than developing a replacement missile, and a March 2021 update 2 years later found that the difference had grown to $38 billion. $38 billion additionally. So it's not a practical or wise decision to adopt this amendment at all. It needlessly delays what has to be done, and that is the modernization of the land-based triad of our nuclear security. So besides being extremely expensive, this amendment would put our national security at risk because we would have aging Minuteman IIIs that are decades old and decaying, and the parts are no longer able to be manufactured, and the people who manufacture them are no longer living. So this was, for so many reasons, this is a bad amendment, and I would urge you to reject this just as the Obama and Biden administrations have rejected this idea. And let's all do the same and vote no. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I'll recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to begin by addressing Mr. Garamendi. We didn't get to do it just before dinner, and I want to clarify my statement so there is not a misunderstanding. As I've said before, I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Garamendi. I do not believe that you oppose all nuclear weapons or all modernization. My statement was to intend that you oppose our current modernization plan. And I think that's been relatively unjust, so thank you. So I want you to know that I recognize that and that we're arguing of the difference of that. In this, though, this is an amendment that we have on a regular basis, annually defeated on a bipartisan basis, and I certainly hope that we do so again, because this has been even though Mr. Garamendi is very dedicated to making certain that we have a discussion on this so every member is up to speed on what the plan is and its costs and its alternatives, I do believe that this is not the preferred avenue, and our current plan to implement will get us where we need to be. Mr. Garamendi, would you like to say something? I'll yield to you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, you're a gentleman. I appreciate the clarification. I am definitely not opposed to all modernization. I have problems with some pieces of it, obviously. My final comment, because we do want to move on to other things. First of all, I appreciate the attention of the membership on it. This entire nuclear modernization issue is extraordinarily important for all the reasons that have been stated by myself and by the other members here on opposite sides of this. There's a lot of issues within this that need to be constantly observed by us. We have that responsibility. My final point, and I'll yield at this, Mr. Lamborn, you're correct. However, it depends upon time. In order to get to the additional cost that you correctly stated, and indeed the Air Force has said that, it's 50 years out. It assumes the Minuteman would stay in place for the next 15 years or so, and then you would build on top of that. So that's the combination of the two that lead to the expense that you said. The point here is for all of us to pay careful attention to everything that we do, and this one in particular. And there's a whole lot more to it, and I thank the gentleman for the comments and for the membership here. I have a choice. I can go down in glorious defeat on a roll call, or just take the aye vote or the no vote.
Very good. Well, and that reclaiming my time, vote no. Thanks.
All right, is there any further discussion? Gentleman from Huntsville, Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Mr. Chairman, I also oppose this amendment. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that Huntsville, Alabama hosts one of the 4 primary Sentinel career locations. It is in part because of their hard work and expertise in command and control systems as well as propulsion. While I have great respect for the gentleman from California, I oppose this amendment, therefore encourage my colleagues to show support for a nuclear triad and oppose Amendment 3608. I'll yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There is no further debate. The question is on the adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi of California. So many as in favor will say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment's not agreed to. We will now consider log number 2789 by Mr. Bacon of Nebraska for the purpose for what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading the amendments dispensed with, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a big supporter of the Sentinel program. Our 400 ICBMs need to be replaced. It's the backbone of our deterrence, and once we do so, it will have the most efficient for costs or affordable costs for keeping it operational, and you run it alert rates at 95%, and it totally complicates the targeting strategy for our adversaries such as China and Russia. The idea that I'm proposing today did not come from me. It came from the administration because they're worried about costs, and also from the Air Force, or the Department of the Air Force. My amendment allows the Secretary of Defense to authorize contracts using cost-plus incentive fee contracts for the new ICBM launch facilities associated with the first 2 Sentinel weapon low-rate initial production lots. So in other words, we want to just do a couple of launch control facilities and their associated ICBMs. It's critical that we keep this program on schedule because it's vital to our national security. The retrofit of the Minuteman III silos must occur before the weapon system production to stay on schedule. However, the conditions of these ancient silos, and they're 50 years old, will vary widely due to the water penetration and other effects of age. Because of this uncertainty, traditional firm fixed price contracts will carry significant risks because no one really knows what they're going to find out when we begin this work. So in other words, there's too much question what the actual costs are going to be to replace these silos. Cost plus incentive fee contracts will keep the program moving forward and inform better firm fixed price contracts on the remainder of the launch facilities. So in other words, we want to have fixed price contract, but we need a couple of these up front to really know what those costs are going to be. Without doing this, we could estimate way too high or too low. What we're proposing is get a more accurate cost so we can do this right. Now I understand that Mr. Garamendi is going to later today propose reporting requirements to better monitor this authority, and I will support his efforts to do so. So with that, I'll yield back, but I recommend that we do this because this will give us the best, most accurate price for replacing these 400 ICBMs. I yield.
Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
If I keep this up, I'll get something of a reputation. It's too late, John. It's too late. I think you're right. Mr. Bacon, you're on you are raising an important issue here. The development of these facilities will become the most expensive military construction project ever. We're talking, and that's part of that money I talked about before. We need to be very aware of the construction and how it's going to be done. Nobody really knows how to build this yet, these new systems. I'm not opposed to what you're trying to do, but I want to maintain the oversight of Congress. This thing can get really out of control very, very fast. And I would recommend that while you're probably going to be successful with your amendment, we look for an amendment perhaps on the floor or along the way that maintains the authority of Congress over the military construction piece. This would be the only major military construction project that the Congress would not be able to observe and align or realign as necessary. So I know when I'm about to lose, but I want you to be aware that we need to maintain our oversight and authority. Also, we have plenty of too much information of cost overruns. It's endemic in the military industrial complex. And also the Congress has not been able to gather information on cost overruns. And so if your amendment is to go forward, and if this is the way it's going to be done, we should be sure that A, we can maintain our oversight and authority as it's developed, stage by stage. And secondly, that we require that there be careful auditing of the costs. So you're essentially putting in a cost plus system here. And we need to be very careful about that. So with that, I yield back and look forward to, should your amendment pass. I will vote no, but if the amendment were to pass, I would hope that we could perfect it in a way that protects the taxpayer dollars as well as our own authority.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. I would now like to ask the staff who are watching for members who are not present in the room and let you know that the next amendment I'm going to call up is going to give rise to a second degree amendment which will require a vote that cannot be postponed. So if your boss is not sitting in the room, please urge your boss to make his or her way back to the room. And with that, we will now consider log number 3381 by Mr. Lamburn of Colorado. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you. My amendment is simple. It would establish programs of record for the nuclear sea-launched crew missile, or SLCM-M, which is nuclear capable, or SLCM-N, and the warhead variant that would accompany it. As my colleagues know, the administration proposed canceling this program last year. We heard lots of testimony from senior military commanders, including the chair and the vice chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, combatant commanders, and others about the need for this program. I won't read all of the quotations, but it's worth recalling the statement of Admiral Richard, the STRATCOM commander at the time, that, quote, the current situation...
The gentleman will spin. The staff needs to start the clock. Trust me, the gentleman from Colorado will go a lot longer than 3 minutes. I know that rascal. Gentleman can proceed.
Okay. Yeah, 250, that sounds about right. Okay. So, Admiral Richard, the STRATCOM commander at the time, said, quote, the current situation in Ukraine and China's nuclear trajectory convinces me a deterrence and assurance gap exists, end quote. To address this gap, he and others recommended continuing the program, and that's exactly what bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress agreed to do. So the next step should be to establish it as a formal program of record. That is what this amendment would do, and I ask my colleagues for their support. The nuclear threat environment is changing rapidly. China's arsenal is expanding dramatically, and Russia's arsenal also continues to grow. We must adjust our nuclear posture, and the best military advice we've received is to pursue the SLCM-N program. I would also like to add that, let's see, where is it? Well, there's also going to be a second-degree amendment, so there'll be a little bit more debate on this. I'll make a couple points later when that comes up. But everyone in the highest levels who commented on this say that we need this, and that's their best military advice. And it is stabilizing to have more options instead of all or nothing. This is an in-between option, if you will, that gives our combatant commanders and the people who, at the highest levels of our country, more options so that we keep the other side guessing. We don't want them to assume it's all or nothing and they're going to paint us into a corner and box us in. So we need these extra options, especially given what Russia and China are doing. And with that, I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk has a second-degree amendment.
Yeah, I was going to say, for what purpose are you recognizing? All right. Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut to tell us about his perfecting amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's very simple. It says before we embark on a program of record, which doesn't exist right now, that we ought to give the two departments that would be most affected by this, whether it's including the Department of the Navy and the Department of National Nuclear Security Administration, to weigh in terms of getting a waiver from startup based on their own cost analysis and also operational analysis in terms of what this means. This is not the Sentinel program. This is not the plutonium pits program. This is a program which does not exist. These warheads do not exist. We have heard some comments, as Mr. Lamborn described, of people who said, yeah, that's an option that we could support, but their budgets do not contain a single penny for making this a program of record, nor do the combatant commanders in their unfunded priorities list that they submitted support making this a program of record. For the Navy, Admiral Gilday has made it very clear the conservative estimate to start up this program, because these warheads do not exist today, is $31 billion. The Navy can do a lot of other things with $31 billion. You could build 15 DDG destroyers with $31 billion, 10 Virginia-class submarines with $31 billion. And before we go down this path, we have to make sure that, again, this is affordable, and that it also, from a strategic and operational matter, will actually work. Again, attack submarines are the vessel that would be carrying these warheads, which they do not do today. Putting nuclear warheads on attack submarines means that ports around the world that they presently can move in and out of, whether it's Japan, the Philippines, or even Australia, that today ban having U.S. Vessels carrying nuclear warheads make port visits in those countries, now would suddenly put attack submarines whose whole mission is based on versatility and the ability to move anywhere in the globe. Admiral Gary Roughead, the former CNO, described the Virginia-class submarine as the queen on the chessboard. You put nuclear warheads on these vessels, you are changing the mission, and I know that because I've got nuclear veterans, submarine veterans back from the Cold War days who, when there were attack submarines for a brief period holding nuclear warheads, that again, they could not operate with allied countries that for many reasons did not want warheads in their territorial waters or in their ports. So again, let's give the departments a chance before we rush into this program, which we have not spent any money on yet, and embark on a program which we have not, again, fully flushed out the impact in terms of cost to the Navy, the ability of the NNSA to actually even absorb a new program. We've already heard today about how overloaded they are with their existing portfolio of work. Again, I urge my colleagues to support this perfecting.
Gentleman's time's expired. Is there any additional debate on this second-degree amendment? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I very much share Mr. Courtney's concerns about the impact that this weapon system will have on the Navy. But I'd like to add that it's going to have a huge impact on NNSA as well, because they have to develop this new warhead that doesn't exist. And we just went through a debate where we acknowledged that they do not even have a plan to get us the other warheads that we absolutely need on time. Now, Mr. Lamborn, in citing the testimony of various commanders who have come before the committee, ignored the combatant commander who's in charge of STRATCOM today, who said, General Cotton that is, that STRATCOM is not wedded to this weapon as an operational need during the posture hearing that we had just a couple months ago. And he said that if we can fill this deterrence gap with conventional capabilities, that is a vastly preferable outcome. Now look, I've been a very low-level commander in combat as a lieutenant. And any time that someone said to me, would you like to have this weapon, your natural reaction is to say yes, not no. So I understand when various commanders come before the committee and the question is, would this give you more options? Well, sure, this would give you more options. That doesn't mean that the Navy wants it or that it's a priority. To determine that, you got to look at what's in their budget. And as Mr. Courtney said, this is not in their budget. It's not even in their list of unfunded priorities. They don't want this thing. The STRATCOM commander has made that clear. So before we shove it down their throats at extraordinary cost to the taxpayer, at extraordinary cost to the Navy's operational flexibility, and at extraordinary cost to the NNSA, which has to produce these new weapons that haven't been invented yet, let's just take a pause for a moment and make sure that it's worthwhile. That's all that this amendment offers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes General Bacon of Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, like the Sentinel system, the Slickum Sea has been a topic of discussion since I've been here. Every year we debate this. My discussions with the STRATCOM commanders, and I say plural because I live like 5 miles away and I've had a chance to discuss this with them, is that they would like to have the option. And let's just look at the threat. Russia has invested significant numbers of low-yield nuclear weapons. It's a part of their strategy. They want to use low-yield nuclear weapons against Europe or potentially ourselves, and they think if we only have to go heavy or go zero, that we'll blink and do nothing. We don't want to use any of this, but if we have enough low-yield nukes in our own inventory, it will serve as a deterrent to Russia doing the same thing. Right now, we are unprepared in this realm of battle. The Slick of Sea will fill a need, and it will serve as a deterrent to what the Russians are doing now. So yes, there will be challenges with NNSA, but they can overcome this, and we have a requirement, a military requirement for this capability. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really strongly agree with Mr. Courtney on this debate. And on the subject of nuclear modernization, Mr. Turner has a valid point. There are people who think that we need more nuclear weapons than others. But when it comes to this, not every single program is a good idea in terms of our budget. And there are several main problems Mr. Courtney brought up. The money is really important. I would much rather spend $31 billion to make sure that we get those pits made, for instance. Let's say that some miracle comes up and they ain't getting to 2030, but maybe they get to 2035, but they got $31 billion that they're spending on this new nuclear weapon for attack submarines, and we can't make the pits that we need. I think we should prioritize the pits over this. Second, it's a little bit of a misnomer that we don't have tactical options. I'm not fond of the phrase tactical nuclear weapon because a nuclear weapon is a nuclear weapon, which is a pretty big deal, but lower yield nuclear weapons. We have them already on the ballistic submarines that we have in our fleet. We have some lower yield nuclear weapons that are available for delivery from the air as well. It's not true that we don't have this option. What this is it's walking us down the path of spending enormous amount of money on a capability that we don't really need, that will undermine our ability to build capabilities that we do really need going forward. As Mr. Courtney said, the other key part of this is what it does to the attack submarines mission. If you will, it's like she said, it's the queen on the chessboard. It's like I was thinking turning our queen into a pawn or maybe a rook, I don't know. So something significantly less capable. And it's really important, this point about where these submarines could then go to port. They can't really go to port anywhere because most of the places around the world will not accept a submarine that has a nuclear weapon on it. It will really undermine the mission, undermines the mission, spends money that could be better spent elsewhere, and doesn't fill the need because we do have low-yield nuclear weapons available in other areas. This is really starting us down the wrong path, and I hope members, even if you support a robust nuclear deterrent, fine, you still shouldn't support this. I urge support for Mr. Courtney's amendment, and if it fails, opposition to the underlying amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Thank you. This is another one of those issues that we've had bipartisan support for this program. SLCM is a desperate need that we're going to have, that we need to plan for and plan for in the future. So this has been endorsed by General Milley, Admiral Grady, the Vice Chief of Staff, EUCOM Commander, and ENDOPACOM commanders have openly endorsed this. This amendment would give the Secretary the ability to kill this by his signature. And the reason why we have this program is because Congress keeps putting it in, regardless of the fact that certainly this administration and this Secretary would take it out. This is an incredibly important step that Mr. Lamborn is taking, and it is, as we've heard from General Milley, as he's been before us numerous times, he believes that we do need this missile and that we need to move forward. And again, we've been able to accomplish this on a bipartisan basis. I hope we are able to today. This perfecting amendment should be defeated. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Eastern Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak specifically about where we are in relation to deterrence. You know, we can talk about all the operational aspects of this, but really, if you're going to be able to deter on the level of a low-yield nuclear weapon, you have to have a like kind to be able to do that, because if not, your adversaries are going to look at it and go, you know, you're not going to respond with a high-yield nuclear weapon. So therefore, it puts you in a situation where you're at a strategic weakness. What this does is to say, in order for us to deter this, and if you look at the decisions that Russia would make or China would make in this realm, and by the way, you know, Russians have 10-to-1 ratio of low-yield nuclear weapons to NATO. They look at that as a strategic advantage. So I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that, if for no other reason, we have this as a reasonable deterrent to stop Russia or China or others from using a low-yield nuclear weapon, because short of that, they're going to look at it and go, you know, the United States is not going to launch a high-yield nuclear weapon at us, so let's use a low-yield nuke and take our chances. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
I want to thank all of us for this discussion. It's an extremely important one. It has moved beyond the SLCM to talk about how we deter nuclear aggression or nuclear war. First of all, the SLCM would be a new missile system to put on an existing submarine. Just be aware that we already have low-yield nuclear weapons. The B-61 can be a bigger or a smaller depending on how you want to deploy it. That project has been underway and is near completion. And we have a few hundred of those, number classified, but we have a lot of B-61 low-yield or medium-yield weapons. Those we have. We also have the delivery systems for those weapons. It is an air-delivered bomb. It can be done by an existing jet already in place in Europe. It can be done by missiles that could deliver it. It can also be done by the new stealth bomber. And we are soon going to have an F-35 that is dual capable, both conventional as well as nuclear. There is no shortage of options for low-yield nuclear weapons to be used, and the range of those are similar to what the SLCM's range would be. The only difference is, where will it be launched? Will it be launched from a submarine? Now consider for a moment that we have we have some, not as many as we need, submarine that are nuclear capable. These are the boomers that are out there. They launch strategic nuclear weapons. That's our principal deterrent. I think more than 2/3 of our nuclear warheads are on those submarines. If we have a submarine that is launching what is known as a tactical weapon, the question arises for the adversary, what are we doing here? We're seeing a submarine launch. Is it a strategic attack, or is it a tactical attack based upon some incident going on somewhere? Raises the threshold of nuclear awareness to the point of, oh my God, is it an all-out nuclear attack, strategic, or is it tactical? You can't tell the difference. So the point I want to make here is the argument that we do not have tactical nuclear weapons available today is simply not the case. We do. We have at least 3 different platforms that are available to us to deploy tactical weapons. The ranking member said it very clearly. These are nuclear weapons. They are big explosives, very, very big. The question of tactical,
Gentleman's time's
how you are
expired.
using them. I yield back.
Any further discussion on the perfecting amendment? Dr. Desjardins.
I wanted to speak in support of Mr. Lamborn's amendment. We must be listening with different ears in this committee, because every general and flag officer we asked about this stated that they believe the SLCM is necessary to fill a deterrence gap that exists, and we've seen that exploited with Putin's actions and his saber rattling. And this includes the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, vice chairman, STRATCOM commander, Yukon commander. Their predecessors all said the same thing. That is their best military advice, and that's why the Democratic majorities in both the House and Senate last year voted to reject the administration's decision to cancel this program. That was last year, and the world hasn't got any safer since. So the Courtney Amendment would add waivers to the Lamborn Amendment requiring a program of record for sea-launched cruise missiles and its warhead. These waivers are overly broad and effectively undermine the entire purpose of the Lamborn Amendment. I understand that's probably the purpose of this amendment, but I would just urge my colleagues who support the Lamborn Amendment, like I do, to vote against the amendment being offered by my friend from Connecticut. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Any further discussion? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. It's about choices. $31 billion. I know what we could do with that this year alone. It's remarkable that in a time that resources are getting smaller, that we need this. And I yield the balance of my time to Mr.
Good,
Courtney.
and I'm not going to belabor the point. I just would like to remind people, last year when we debated this, the language we adopted was for the Navy to conduct a study about precisely the issues which my perfecting amendment says they should be able to report back on and have some control. We didn't vote to block the administration's position, and there was no money put in it other than money for a study. And that's the issue here. Are we going to, are we going to pull the lever and start a program, office for this program, which the Navy really still has not weighed in on with their official position? And as far as any of the combatant commanders that have been listed here today, not one of them put a penny in their unfunded priorities list, which they submitted to Congress in support of a SLCM-N program. And I, at some point, talk is cheap. Money counts, budgets count, and the budgets are not there for this program, and we should flush this out before we start, again, a program in operation, which is, again, for all the other reasons, not going to put us in a position of weakness. I would argue from the standpoint of our attack submarines, it gives them maximum reach in terms of doing their mission, which, again, is fully booked right now in terms of combatant commanders. In fact, they're oversubscribed in terms of the demand for Virginia-class submarines. We should not be restricting their scope of operations by pushing and shoving a new warhead that we know is not going to be welcome, particularly in ports of our allies and key parts of the world. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the perfecting amendment? Gentleman, Mr. Lamborn.
Just to summarize, if you think that having more options makes it less likely that Vladimir Putin will miscalculate, then we need to do this. He is capable of miscalculations, and with an all-or-nothing option, which is what we have now, he is more likely to miscalculate. So by putting doubt into his mind, he's less likely to go forward and box us into a corner. And I don't want to put any trust in the fact that he is rational and will not miscalculate. So that's why we need this program. With that, I yield back. Vote no on the perfecting amendment.
Gentlemen, yield back. Any further discussion on the perfecting amendment? Mr. Carbajal of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield my time to Mr. Moulton.
I just want to make one brief point. Mr. Lamborn just said we don't have any other options, and that is just patently not true. We went through the other options that we have. So while it's true that having all the weapons in the world might be better for us, the reality in Congress is that we have to make decisions about how best to spend this money. And there's a reason why the Navy has elected not to spend it on the SLCM-N. Let's support the Navy and support Mr. Courtney's amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the perfecting amendment? Seeing none, there's no further debate. The question is on adoption of the perfecting amendment offered by Mr. Courtney. So many as are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Opinion chair, the nays have it. Recorded vote is requested. We're going to do that now. A recorded vote is ordered. A recorded vote on the perfecting amendment cannot be postponed. Members will record their vote using an electronic device. They may need to press on. Yeah, I was going to say, before, since these things have been sitting, you need to press the on button first. The chairman will... I know. Trust me, if I hadn't said it, there'd been some people aggravated. The chairman will be voting no. The ranking member will be voting
Yes.
all right. Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Press the on button first, Gallagher.
On. Got to turn it on.
Didn't I tell you? Have all members voted?
Yeah.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
What's wrong?
All right, clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The noes are 31. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there any further debate on the underlying Lamborn amendment? Seeing none. The question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Lamborn. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Pending chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We will now consider log number 2284 by Ms. Oh, we're going to break and catch up with some of our postponed votes. Yep. All right. Okay, we're now going to proceed to vote on those amendments that were recorded, where a recorded vote was ordered earlier. All right.
They've been emailed this time. 2575.
Which one are we going to first?
Gates, 2575.
All right. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2575 offered by Mr. Gates of Florida and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a yes vote by the chairman.
No vote by the ranking member.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote.
It's Gates, you want to vote yes. It's Gates, you want to vote yes.
Okay. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
Ayes are 31 and noes are 28. The amendment's agreed to. The next, let's see. Committee postponed further proceedings on log number 2586 offered by Mr. Gates of Florida and shall now resume proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And the ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. How many? Have all members voted? Mr. Turner, do you mean vote no? Okay. Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 30, the noes are 29.
Ayes are 30, noes are 29. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment number 2598R2 by Mr. Gates of Florida and shall now resume those proceedings. Questions on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and record the vote. Ask what question? Have all members voted? Any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 30.
The noes are 30, the ayes are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2776 by Mr. Alford of Missouri and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 30.
The noes are 30, the ayes are 29. The amendment's not agreed to. Next amendment, the committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3581 by Mr. Waltz of Florida and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
Ayes are 31, noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3263 by Mr. Garamendi of California and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
And the ranking member will be voting yes.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The noes are 31, the ayes are 28. The amendment's not agreed to. All right, we're now going to go back to voting a series of amendments, and then in about 2 hours, I expect we'll have another series of postponed votes. So we will now go to amendment log number 2844 by Ms. Stefanik of New York. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The lady from New York is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is common sense and very straightforward. It establishes a Parents' Bill of Rights for our service members with dependent children attending DODEA schools. Last year, during this very markup in this very committee room, the same amendment received 12 yes votes from my Democrat colleagues across the aisle. And I'm urging all my colleagues to once again recognize this amendment as common sense policy. Simply, this amendment provides America's service members with the right to be informed and involved in their children's education. While serving our country, we must ensure that our men and women in uniform are empowered to have the same involvement with their kids' education as all other Americans across the country. Parents are the primary stakeholders in the child's education, and decades of research shows that parental involvement is critical to academic achievement and long-term success. My office has received outreach from service members who are concerned and alarmed that they do not have access to what their children are being taught in DODEA schools. According to polling done by DODEA itself, we know that service members are feeling less and less empowered when it comes to their children's education. This is unacceptable. A Parents' Bill of Rights for service members will not only encourage parental involvement in their kids' education, but it will also provide transparency so parents can see for themselves what their children are being taught in schools and determine if it is developmentally appropriate for their children and aligned with high academic standards. It will also protect service members' right to speak up and be heard, providing them opportunities to engage with the school board or advisory committee about the education their children are receiving and helping them develop a relationship with each of their child's teachers during the school year. It also includes parental notification requirements of any medical examinations or screenings. We know on this committee that America's men and women in uniform already face extraordinary burdens while serving our country, from months or year-long deployments away from their families to the lack of availability of adequate childcare at installations across the globe, to the lack of employment opportunities for military spouses. Simply put, parents in uniform have more obstacles than most are aware of, so it is our responsibility to advocate for those families and their children as they are constantly on the lookout for us protecting our national security. I urge all my colleagues to once again support this straightforward, bipartisan amendment that passed through this committee last year, and I yield back.
Is there discussion on the General Lady's amendment? The
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year, we were introduced to the same amendment by my colleague. I agree. Parents should be able to know what's happening in their schools. I voted in good faith for that amendment at the time, but after looking into this further, here's the thing. Parents can already do that. I quote from the procedures manual for the DODEA, quote, while a student is currently enrolled in a DODEA school, the student or the student's parents, legal guardians, may access their student's records maintained at the student's school by making a request for such access. DODEA also has several parent handbooks available to parents and the public addressing how they handle privacy, medical information, grading, and curriculum information, parent-teacher conferences, and the handling of violence in schools. So really, my colleague is asking to pass an amendment that provides rights that our service members' parents already have. I fear that my colleague knows this and is instead focused on bringing more culture wars, book bans, and fear-mongering into the DOD schools. I saw the rhetoric that ensued after our hearing last time. I have come to realize that this amendment is a Trojan horse, disguising a push to snuff out free discussions of ideas or differing experiences in language. I oppose this amendment, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first applaud Representative Stefanik for her leadership in defending parents' rights and military kids. Studies have shown that nearly a full third of our service members have said that dissatisfaction with their child's education was a significant factor in their decision to remain or to leave the military service. There are over 1.6 million military children serving alongside our armed forces. And any of us who have served in uniform know the stress that occurs in juggling our service with also maintaining a family and putting our kids first. With recruitment and retention at dangerous levels, we need to do everything that we can to open lines of communication and increase transparency for our military parents to ensure they are given every opportunity to be involved with their children's education. We have seen too much evidence of the left's woke ideology centered around an obsession with DEI and transgenderism being taught in our schools or in or around military bases. Establishing a Parents' Bill of Rights for our service members will protect their right to have their voice heard during the school year and will improve relationships with parents and the school's administrators and teachers, ultimately ensuring that military children receive the best education possible. I think this is a really important amendment, one of the most important amendments that we've debated yet today. I fully support it. Hope all of you will join me in voting for it as well. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
I'll keep this brief, as my colleague, Congressman Carbajal, really hit the nail on the head. I mean, this is something that already DODEA, their policies, their handbooks, they already provide a lot of this in terms of access to grades and curriculum, parent-teacher conferences, and a lot of this other. I really don't think we need to be micromanaging from Congress in terms of how these schools are operating. So I don't support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, a lot of people are going to ask, why is this necessary? DODEA schools are good. What they don't realize is that parents across the country have become deeply concerned when they see their child's school prioritize radical progressive ideologies over academic excellence. And sadly, we are seeing similar trends within DODEA schools in which CRT, under the guise of diversity, equity, inclusion, and gender ideology teachings are being injected into school curriculums. Now, shouldn't our men and women be informed of what is going on after serving our great nation? Is there anything in there that would be prevented from being seen? Because if there's nothing wrong, why not show it? DODEA recently established a DEI division at their headquarters and launched their website, which actually goes over and explicitly describes what DEI must become with embedding in everything that they do, from curriculum to assessments to hiring to development. Now, how exactly are curriculum and standards of DODEA schools embedding DEI ideologies, and shouldn't service members get to know? If you're wondering why promoting DEI is concerning, look no further than the list of DEI resources that talk about the ideas of gender fluidity. When white bodies say getting rid of somatic abolitionism, the ideas of emplacing sexualization and pornographic materials in our high schools. Now, how do I know this? Well, an investigation was done last year that revealed that DODEA libraries contain books with explicit pornographic material made available to children of nation's service members. From DODEA high schools, libraries containing books with detailed explicit instructions in high school books on things such as LGBTQ sexual activities, sexual orientations, gender identities, and reading training materials called The Genderbread Person, which displays a spectrum of ideologies and identities with sexual orientation. These are not things, as a parent and a father of two, as a military combat veteran myself, that I want to be taught to my children without my own knowledge. These are all things, when it comes to sexuality, that should be taught by the parents and the parents only. Schools and teachers are there to teach curriculum, to teach our civics, our history, our arithmetic, our cursive writing, which is actually falling apart, not the ideas of oral sex, LGBT identities, and other types of activities. And you can laugh all you want. And as a military service member, I would expect that you, of all people, would have a little more respect for other military combat veterans. But it's okay. We expect that from you at this point. The bottom line is that our teachers need to focus on teaching, and our parents need to have the right for parenting. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I've been involved with schools my entire life. I sit on the Labor and Ed Committee, and we've seen a drastic change on some of the reactions that are happening across this nation. Generally, that's good to have your parents involved in school. But I admire the idea of getting more parents involved. But that's like asking the public to come in and vote on every amendment that we're doing, to have that knowledge. You know, that micromanaging, or do we elect people to be part of those school boards and go in? Well, in this case, school boards don't work around the bases throughout the world the way they do in our country, but that's what they follow. Those are the type of interactions that we see day in and day out. But the most important thing is our children being educated. The idea of permission slips, we all dealt with that. They continue to do those. To say you want to come in and meet with a teacher, great. That's one of the best things that could ever happen, is having that management and interaction with teachers. But the other thing that schools do is they have gym. They have health classes. They have science classes that look into human bodies on how they work. Age appropriate, of course. But these are things that have been going on for millennial generations. Science. The idea of having them involved, incredibly important. To the degree of micromanaging each and every item, folks, going through the library for books. I would challenge anybody in this room, go look at your kid's iPhone. The internet. That's where we should be scared, not the books that are sitting in those libraries. But do we go through that? Are we shutting down the internet in schools? I don't think mom and dad are giving little kids the permission to go on the websites and see the things that we all know exist out there. Folks, get a hold of it. We're all in this together. We want to make sure our children have the best opportunity, especially for those who are serving places around the globe. But I would urge us to take a big breath. Let's put the brakes on this. It's already taking place, and not suck our kids into the mess that has been going on out here. Let them be kids. Let them learn. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Kay Kiggins of Virginia. We got you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to speak in favor of Congresswoman Stefanik's Service Member Parents Bill of Rights amendment today. This amendment simply reinforces that service members with children in the Department of Defense Education Activity Schools have the right to be involved in their children's education while also increasing transparency and accountability in those schools. Transparency and things that I, as a mom of four, always really want to know. Things like curriculum, things like crime in their schools, what the teachers are learning at their training, who the guest speakers are, what kind of health issues they're having, safety issues, kind of common sense issues. I'm from the Commonwealth of Virginia and represent Hampton Roads, and if you think back to 2021, this became really a movement of sorts. The parents matter. And we had yard signs that we put up, and our Governor Youngkin, before he won the election in 2021, really incorporated parents. And if you remember back to there was a debate, a gubernatorial debate, where we had two schools of thought on the issue. And the side that won in 2021 was Parents Matter, and it was a Parents Matter movement. And we've taken that movement and we continue to remind Americans, that there is a group of people out there who's advocating for them, who's speaking for them, who wants them to be involved in their kids' schools and in their kids' education. It's really common sense for me. Again, as a mom of four, I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill, for 3 minutes.
Thank you. As a mom of four kids and four school-age kids who've gone through the pandemic, like so many other parents across the nation, I share the concerns for the mental health and well-being of our children, what they're learning in schools, and wanting to make sure as a parent I have full access to what that is and understanding and access to the teachers so I can discuss any concerns I have, which is why in the past I supported this amendment. But what I've seen over the past year is how legislation like this, that at face value would increase parental engagement in schools, has actually been used as an attempt to interfere with family decisions, the quality of our public education system, and the ability to have open dialogues in classrooms. By requiring that schools provide a full list of books in school libraries for parental inspection, we're opening the door for censorship and a banning of books. And unfortunately, all too many times, we've seen in districts across the country, the books that parents are trying to ban often pertain to the experience of Black Americans, the work of civil rights leaders, and LGBTQ+ issues about acceptance and understanding. So we've also seen seminal pieces of American literature being censored, pieces from authors such as Nobel Prize winner Toni Morrison and New Jersey native Judy Blume. This is simply one way of censoring what so many people in this country think is an important piece of America's history that our children should and deserve to be taught. So that's why I'm encouraging people to vote against this amendment, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it sounds like my Democrat colleagues were for this amendment until they actually saw parents start to utilize their rights. And that's what's most troubling to them, not the very structure of it. I think the most compelling argument was actually made by Mr. Kim, that in a lot of cases, you do not want the United States Congress serving as America's school board. I say that knowing my father was an elected school superintendent and a member of the school board, and I definitely don't want that job. And that's why I voted against the Republican legislation creating a Parents' Bill of Rights broadly in all circumstances. But I strongly support Ms. Stefanik's amendment, because when you're dealing with military families and the rate of movement and the way the governance structure works there, you don't have the normal ability for a community to participate in the political process and elect a school board to resolve these questions like that. So in essence, in this one unique circumstance, I think Ms. Stefanik fills a needed gap by providing these rights. I yield my remaining time to the gentlelady from New York.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Gates. So just for the American people to know the facts, a year ago, 12 members across the aisle voted in support of this common sense amendment. And I'm going to read out for the American people who are watching this evening. This is going to be a partisan vote, and that is unfortunate because the Republicans support the right of parents to review the curriculum of schools. The Democrats vote no. They don't want to allow parents to review the curriculum. The Republicans support the right for parents to know if the school alters the academic standards or learning benchmarks. My colleagues across the aisle oppose parents having the right to know that. The Republicans support the right to meet with each teacher of their child not less than twice during each school year. The Democrats across the aisle don't want parents to be able to meet with the teachers twice a year. The right to review the budget, including all revenues and expenditures of the school. That's also something that my Democrat colleagues oppose. The right to review all instructional materials and teacher professional development materials used by the school. Also common sense that is unfortunately opposed by my colleagues across the aisle. The right to inspect a list of books and other reading materials. There is no content wording about banning books here. This is about transparency so that parents have the right to see the titles of books that are in the library and taught to their children. The right to address the school board or advisory committee of the school. That's common sense. That's freedom of speech. My colleagues across the aisle want to silence parents. The right to information about the school's discipline policy and any violent activity in school. Parents deserve to know what there are violent acts in schools, and Democrats don't want parents to know that. That is a sad state of affairs that they aren't willing to support this common sense proposal. So the American people across this great country are smart. They know this should not be a partisan issue, but apparently there is only one party that is the party of parents, and that's the Republican Party, and that's why you're going to see a partisan vote on this committee. We are proud to stand for parents across this country.
Time's expired. Gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take this opportunity here to stand up for teachers in this country and to stand up for teachers in DOD schools. I think this bill scapegoats our educators who work so hard, not only that, but also act as de facto child care workers for those military families that have to send their children to school. Now, teachers in this country are already overtasked. They're overburdened. They're underpaid. And parental responsibility has always been something lacking in this nation that I believe is part of the reason that we're talking about this today. The avenues exist for parental involvement. This bill goes too far, and it makes some assumptions that we heard from some of our colleagues on the other aisle that have an alternate political agenda. What we don't want to do is saddle our already burdened educators with unrealistic mandates that simply cannot be met. This is government overstepping on the educational system, in particular in our DOD schools. What kids should be focused on learning and what parents should be focused on what kids are learning are math and science and reading and writing and developing social skills in those early childhood development days. Now, we're exploring a compendium of issues here that are larger national issues that don't belong in a discussion about the National Defense Bill. And I just want to say that I truly support all of our teachers, in particular our DOD teachers in some of our rural communities in places like Alamogordo, New Mexico, that deserve to have the freedom to teach and deserve to have those jobs that pay well and don't have unrealistic mandates. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back my time.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Houlihan for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this piece of legislation, but I am enormously frustrated by Ms. Stefanik, who has introduced this legislation for a second time and then decided to make it a partisan issue. I'm frustrated because the language that I'm reading here is the same language that I read last year, and I am supporting it this year in the same way that I was supporting it last year because I find it to be reasonable. I don't find it reasonable to pit one another against each other, Democrats versus Republicans. I try really hard to read each and every piece of legislation and to do the best I can to vote on behalf of the people I represent. I've also been an educator. I taught high school chemistry. I know how hard it is to levy these kinds of requirements on teachers and administrators. And so, as frustrated as I am with the politicization of these kinds of legislation, pieces of legislation, I still will vote in support of it, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
I yield my time to Ms. Stefanik.
Ms. Houlihan, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your consistency. As I said at the start, there were 12 Democrats who voted strongly in support of this common sense amendment last year. I think all of us on this committee appreciate your attention to this, focused on the policy issues and the language of the bill. And just to be, straightforward with the American people, this was going to go on bloc until there were concerns raised from individuals across the aisle who voted in support of it last time and feel that for whatever reason or another they need to change that vote. So again, we appreciate the consistency, and I hope other ones of your colleagues have the courage to do that as well. Yield back.
The young lady yields back. The chair and I recognize Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm all for parents having a say in their kids' education, especially as a parent. But it is the micromanaging that I find quite remarkable, to make all instructional and educational professional development materials, including teachers' manuals, films, tapes, books, or other reading materials, or other supplementary materials used in any survey, analysis, or evaluation available for inspection. I mean, I just wonder, what about the dignity of teachers? What if there was a voters' rights bill that says, let every member of Congress make everything we've ever read, every supplementary material we've ever used, every tape we've ever had, every book we've ever had available to the public? That would not be feel very good. Why have such a laundry list? So I just think it's way overbroad. The spirit of having parents involved. I mean, who's not for having parents involved and having common sense? But don't micromanage teachers in this way. I yield the rest of my time to Representative Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Again, let me just say, I voted for this in good faith last time, and I saw the ensuing rhetoric and press releases that were sent out, which I will spare you. And to say Democrats are not concerned about parental rights and our children, we're concerned about not having pedophiles near our children, we're concerned about making sure that all the appropriate curriculum is taught to our kids. That's what Democrats care about. And to paint everybody with such a broad brush, I find it very insulting. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's actually not a huge mystery here. I mean, when it's presented, it is presented as a common sense amendment. Parents ought to have a say in their child's education. And of course, we all know parents do have a say in their child's education. They have a variety of different means to talk to the teacher, to talk to the school board, to talk to the principal, and all of that. So when the amendment was first presented, I did argue against it last year. I guess I'm not as persuasive as I like to think I am sometimes. But people had an initial look at it and said, well, why shouldn't parents have a say? But as you listen to this debate, that's not what this is about. I mean, it was made very clear by the sponsor of the amendment that she's going after trans education and sex education. There is a very narrow conservative agenda, and we want to empower parents. This amendment wants to empower parents to dictate that agenda into the schools in a more effective manner. That's what this debate is about. So you can post us online, you can betray us however you want, but the very simple thing is, yes, we would like to have parents have a say, but that's not what this amendment is about. That's what I knew at the time last year and what came out very clearly then and what has come out clearly in this debate. And that's fine, if you want to argue that there is a very specific conservative way that our children ought to be taught. The state of Florida does a good job of this, where there was a teacher down there who showed a film that wasn't about any of this. It just happened to have a gay character in it. Well, and that is unacceptable, because apparently we don't want people to know that gay people exist. So now she is being investigated for having committed a crime. That is what this amendment is about. So let's not kid ourselves about common sense. We really want to support parents. We're having the fight that they're having in school districts all across the country right now. That is very, very unfortunate. That people want to go in and push a very narrow political agenda in schools. And frankly, it does happen on the left sometimes. And I'd be against parents doing that too, going in there and pushing a very narrow-minded agenda from that side. We got right and left banning books. It's both ridiculous, but it's the reason that we shouldn't support amendments like this. And I am going to oppose it. And I urge other members to oppose it as well. I yield back.
Any further discussion? there's no further debate, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York. So many leaders in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote is requested, and that will be postponed to a later time. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to reduce the amount of time per member recognition from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
I second.
Without objection, so ordered. I told you I like Ms. Slotkin. Chair now, let's see. We will now consider log number 2573 by Mr. Banks of Indiana. For what purposes, gentlemen from Indiana seek
Chairman, I have an
recognition?
amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment without objection. Reading the amendments dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
The purpose of this amendment is to require the department to conduct a study on the impact of President Biden's executive order on preventing and combating discrimination based on gender identity or sexual orientation on our female service members. Across the country, women and girls are being subjected to men entering women's only spaces, like locker rooms and bathrooms. Now, this ideology has come for our female service members. I want to know how many active duty women have been impacted by this ideology. I want them to understand that to feel uncomfortable with a man in the locker room or bathroom is okay. And they can speak up. Common sense and science can prevail over ideology. That's why it's essential that we understand the impact of these ideologies on our female service members. And I encourage everyone who cares about the approximately 20% of our force who are women to support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to be clear about what we're talking about. Executive Order 13988 prevents and combats discrimination. That is something that every single person on this committee should want to do. And yet, here we are. Instead, my colleague is implying that preventing and combating discrimination based on gender identity and sexual orientation somehow hurts people and specifically hurts women. It's interesting that now my colleague claims to care about supporting women when he and his party introduced a national abortion ban, opposes paid family leave, blocks the ERA, and fights against universal child care. And when we on this committee keep continuing to propose things that will actually help female service members, guess what? They oppose that too. This isn't about protecting women. Affirming the existence of the LGBTQ+ community doesn't harm or take anything away from cis women. All it does is say that the LGBTQ+ community has the right to exist as who they are without fear of retribution or discrimination or violence. And let's be clear, the service members that I represent, they're not worried about a trans person being in their bathroom. What they're worried about is being raped, is being sexually assaulted, is by the cis men that they are serving with. That is who we should be talking about. That is why this committee needs to be doing even more to work on sexual assault, not by demonizing the trans community who are just trying to serve their country. I urge my colleagues to oppose this charade and vote down this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is recognized.
I support the gentleman's request for a report on this, and one of the things that report will show is that the base I represent, Eglin Air Force Base, right now is struggling with an issue where you have someone with male genitalia who is wanting to go to the locker rooms and showers of the women. And a lot of those women are, I learned this not because I was hanging out in the women's shower, but because women complained to me about it. They contacted our office with deep concerns, and I could see how those would be well-founded concerns. Matter of fact, when we had one of our force posture hearings, we had similar challenges emerge in the Army, and I asked General McGonville, I said, well, is this going to help us recruit more women into the armed services when you have to showcase these dynamics in the showers and in the locker rooms? And even General McGonville, who noted that he was retiring and on his way out so he could speak pretty freely with us, said that this is a problem recruiting female service members. It's not going to help us. So when we get those admissions from some of our senior brass, I think it's at least worth us noting where this stuff is going on. My hope is that as we move the NDAA to the floor, that we'll go far beyond Mr. Banks' amendment and that we will preclude the type of activity that we seem to hear from our constituents as a matter of concern. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Ms. Houlihan's recognized.
I just want to echo my colleagues, Rep. Jacobs' comments. If we really care about servicewomen, and there are a few people here who have actually served who are women, then we would care about childcare. We would care about our reproductive freedoms. We would care about base housing. We would care about the education of our children. We would care about spouses, making sure that they were able to be employed. We would not spend our time caring about who's using what bathroom. It never occurred to me in my years of service that that was something I should worry about or be concerned about. But thank you very much for caring for me.
Any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote's requested. Recorded vote, it will be postponed. We will now consider log number 3622R2 by Mr. Gates of Florida. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I do, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the American Military News periodical entitled General Milley Says Drag Shows on Bases, quote, shouldn't be happening, and the justthenews.com piece entitled Milley, quote, doesn't agree with drag queen story hours at military bases and says it, quote, shouldn't be happening. Should be a simple one. This is legislation that codifies what Secretary Austin and General Milley said was their intent, and that's to not use taxpayer funds to throw drag shows on military bases. Can't even believe we have to have this discussion, but we do. And the reason we have to codify that understanding from General Milley and Secretary Austin in law is because when we asked them about these things that were happening on bases, they just stared right back flatly and said, they aren't happening. And then we had to show them over and over the invitations and the events. And so this clears up understanding. I want to give General Milley and Secretary Austin credit for when we brought these events to them that were largely planned during this month. They were really proactive in getting them canceled, but I think we'll be able to absolve that confusion and codify their perspective with the adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Matt, I too am cannot believe we are still having this conversation. I represent the largest military community in the entire country. And I can confidently say that not a single service member or military family has ever, not once, complained to me about drag shows. They call me about housing, they call me about childcare, they call me about food security, they call me about many, many things. They do not call me about drag shows or drag story hour. What sets America apart, what makes us safe, is our ability to build coalitions, and we have that ability because we're seen as human rights defenders, democracy protectors, and values-driven. But if we're sitting here in Congress belittling and dehumanizing the trans community and mocking the art of drag, that's not living up to our values, and our allies and our adversaries are taking notice. We should always strive to be inclusive and welcoming, but this debate and this amendment are small and close-minded. The reality is, drag performances in the military are not new. They've been part of the military since at least World War I and World War II. And in the words of RuPaul, we are all born naked, and the rest is drag. So with that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this small-minded amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Does anybody want to follow that? Mr. Alford of Missouri wants to take a stab at it.
Well, I don't know if I can follow that, but I do want to say that this is I cannot believe also we are here talking about drag shows in the military and we were having to codify this. We were here, we heard the secretary, we heard the chairman say that it wasn't happening. It did end up happening. We sent a letter to the Secretary of Defense, Austin, wanting some answers along with a digital ambassador program, which thank God that passed in the en bloc session. Chairman Banks and I sent a letter as well to Secretary of Defense Austin. To my knowledge, it's been crickets. We have gotten no response. I think it's time for us to do something to make our voice known that we will not let this happen in the U.S. military. Woke ideology and the drag queen shows have no place in our military. Zero, bupkis. That is not the way to recruit people to the military. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to bring everybody's attention to Bob Hope, who we all know and remember, his USO show. And there's a great picture of Bob Hope as a drag queen with Sammy Davis Jr. and 2 others. So I don't think this is the first time this has been going on. You might want to Google it. I yield back.
Mr. Mills.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Alford.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to Mr. Norcross, and I respect you highly, and I've heard this specious argument many, many times when it comes to drag shows and what's going on now with our culture. There is a huge difference with what Bob Hope did in USO shows and Milton Berle and the over-sexualized performances that are being perpetrated on stages across America. Huge difference. And our intellectual integrity and honesty should be in play here. We've got to recognize there is a big difference from what went on in the 50s and 60s with Bob Hope and what's going on now with the over-sexualization. And this is not anti-trans, this is not homophobic. If this were females, I reclaim my time, thank you. If these were females in an over-sexualized arena performing like this, I would be against it as well. Let's get the woke, let's get the sexual nature out wherever it is, whether it's performers in drag shows or women doing burlesque shows. It doesn't matter. That's not America.
Gentleman yields back. I would urge members not to impugn the intent or character of another member. Any further discussion? He's already been recognized. Gentleman Garamendi's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We seem to have descended a bit. Let me yield my time to Mr. Norcross.
I thank the gentleman for bringing up a point, but I guess I'm reading the amendment. Is there a prohibition on what type of drag queen goes up there or what kind of show? Because I haven't seen Bob Hope do it other than this picture, and I haven't seen any others, so I really can't comment on what's going on around there.
Well,
but is there a particular type of show that you're opposed to?
I tell
So
you
Bob
what, Mr.
Hope is
Norcross,
allowed, but
I
this one...
appreciate your interest in the subject, and I would be willing to accept since it's my amendment, I would be willing to accept a...
It's my time, and I was asking the question. I'll give you a
Well,
moment.
I thought you were asking the question about what type of...
No, I'll give you
Yeah,
second shot.
I would accept a perfecting amendment. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just asking, is there, as to the gentleman from Missouri, is there a type of show that we are limiting or allowing? Is there some sort of a rating that Bob Hope's good? Mr. Alford, is there a type of show that's okay and not okay? I'm just not that familiar with it. That's why I'm asking.
He is.
Do I have the floor here?
If you want to answer.
Mr. Norcross, this is not my amendment. I would take that up with Mr.
Okay.
Gates, please.
Well, thank you. I wanted to give you the courtesy of asking you. Mr.
Yeah,
Gates?
I think you've raised an important point, and I would be willing to accept a perfecting amendment with a carve-out for Bob Hope.
Are we going to bring him back from the grave and put up a dead body?
It's a very good point you raised, Mr. Norcross. If we were able to reincarnate Mr. Hope,
I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. This has been a very colorful discussion. I think we have beat this horse to death. So unless somebody just can't withstand the urge to speak anymore, I would like for us to bring this to a vote. If there's no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates of Florida, so many of them in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the chair's opinion, the ayes have it. A recorded vote's requested. A recorded vote will be postponed a little later. All right. Next, we have log number 2777 by Mr. Alford of Missouri. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Have an amendment on the desk, please.
Clerk will distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
This is getting good, isn't it? Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer this amendment to prevent funds from being used for the Extremism Working Group at the Pentagon. Over 2 years ago, Secretary Austin ordered a stand down and modernizing our armed forces, not wasting time on extremism working groups. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back, sir.
Is there any discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon's recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman, and this is something that if we want to follow, like a lot of our colleagues say, follow the science, all right, let's follow the data. Is it a problem or is it not? Because if it's a problem, then we should have a working group on it. But again, when this was brought up 2 years ago, my office, we asked each of the services how many members were separated because of extremist activity. And the Marine Corps, because it just seared in my mind, the Marine Corps, of the 222,000 active and reservists, that year, that last fiscal year, separated 4 people out of almost 250,000. The Army, with nearly 1 million, Reserve, active duty, and National Guard separated 9. And the Air Force and Navy gave similar figures. It was all single digits. It is not a problem in the military, and the figures bear it out. There should not be this group, and this is just an amendment that, quite frankly, should garner support from all of us, because it isn't a problem, and the data proves it. Thank you. I yield back. Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
I oppose this amendment. I think it's something that's worth DOD taking a look at. And yes, they only found the number. There were some that they didn't find, like including the guy up in Massachusetts, I forget his rank, but Mr. Teixeira, who was sharing secrets all over the place and had a really, really dark extremist history that was not detected. So I don't think anyone here is saying that this is some overwhelming, widespread problem in the military. But when you got a case like that, and a case like the number of people who showed up at the Capitol on January 6th to try to overthrow the country, it's at least worth looking at. This amendment basically says, nah, nothing to see here. The Mr., or sorry, I don't know his rank, or I'd give it to him, to Sarah, we should ignore that. And I think it's enough of a problem that we shouldn't completely ignore it, as this amendment suggests, and I urge opposition.
Any other discussion? Mr. Kim is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I just want to highlight here, I mean, we've spent so much of this time today talking about these, different issues, whether it's on DEI or others. And in those cases, it's raised that, oh, there's a few cases of this, and then it's talked about as if it's widespread and everywhere in our military. Here, what we're talking about, yes, I recognize we're talking about a limited number of people potentially here. But when you're talking about a limited number of people within our military, which is the place that I think all of us can agree is the place of the utmost integrity that is needed for the protection of our country and our democracy. You're also talking about people who have training in weaponry, have access to weapons, people who are serving alongside our service members. I think it's what we're asking here is just about being vigilant. We're recognizing that it's in the broader context, that this is not something that is an overwhelming problem in the same way that a lot of the things we talked about today are not overwhelming problems, but we just ask for it to be giving a certain amount of visibility and a certain amount of vigilance to try to do our best to be able to protect our service members from any type of concern. With that, I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Whether or not we have this working group, it is still very clear that DOD claims that extremism or white nationalism, all the forms of it, are illegal. If you're white nationalist, you find out you're going to get kicked out. Working group, regardless. The OSI is assigned to search this out. They find it, they'll kick you out. So I don't think, whether or not we have the working group, it doesn't change the standard within the DOD. It doesn't change the standard that our law enforcement and investigators look at it. So I just want to make sure that we point that out. This does not take away the standard that if you're an extremist or white nationalist, whoever it may be, you are not welcome to any of the military services. I yield.
Any further discussion? If there's no further debate, questions on the adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Alford of Missouri, so many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed to a later time. We will now consider log number 3083 by Mr. Jackson. What purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to prohibit the Department of Defense from using taxpayer dollars for the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion, or to establish any other advisory committee related to environmental, social, and governance aspects. The Department's sole obligation to the American people is to provide the common defense. For every resource, every effort, and every action undertaken by the Department should further that straightforward mission. You should be able to draw a straight line from whatever the department is doing to how it makes the department more capable to deter and, if necessary, defeat an adversary. You can't draw that line when it comes to ESG and DEI within the department. In a time of constrained resources and failing recruitment, diverting funds from capabilities that make the warfighter more effective to efforts that force members of the department to focus on perceived extremism and racism within the ranks is not just wasteful but counterproductive and destructive within the ranks. Just over a week ago, leaders from the Department of Defense participated in the Department of Defense's Pride Month celebration. Lieutenant General Deanna Burt, the Space Force's Chief Operations Officer, gave a speech at that event, and she stated that she was selecting less qualified candidates to command units. She said, quote, "If the good match for a job does not feel safe being themselves and performing at their highest potential at a given location, or if their family could be denied critical health care due to the laws in the state, I am compelled to consider a different candidate and perhaps less qualified," end quote. The attitude demonstrated by this senior official in the department speaks to a clear agenda to hold our military hostage by claiming that choices must be made in the name of ESG and DEI. Let that sink in. At a time when the Chinese military is investing at a historical rate, Russia is engaged in active hostilities, and Iran is carrying out acts of terrorism globally, our military is actively and openly claiming to be selecting qualitatively worse candidates for the job in the name of wokeness. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Kim of New Jersey.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we've talked about this issue a lot today, so I won't belabor the point, but I just want to point out here that in 2020, President Trump's Department of Defense was the one that established the Defense Board on Diversity and Inclusion in the military to, quote, develop concrete, actionable recommendations to increase racial diversity and ensure equal opportunity across all ranks, including at the officer corps. The Trump administration also established the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion in the Armed Services. No outrage then, no effort to shut this down. And I think that just kind of gets to the heart of the challenges that we're facing right now in terms of this being a political tool. When it comes to the environment, huge challenges that we face when it comes to readiness, and I'm sure a colleague of mine will talk to this, whether it's about flooding that's affecting certain naval bases or other challenges that we're facing across the board. Why would we limit the number of tools that we have at our disposal to be able to engage in some of these issues that we know are having impacts on our troops, on our military families, about our readiness in this country and around the world? So that's something that I just wanted to raise, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Oh, Mr. Mills of Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Jackson from Texas.
Just one quick statement. With all due respect, Mr. Kim, I don't really care where it came from at this particular point. It's gone horribly wrong at this particular point. I think it's on steroids right now. It's an experiment that hasn't worked out, and I think it's time to end it. I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been trying to keep track of how many hours we spent on this issue of diversity, and I'm thinking it's probably over 2 hours, maybe 2.5 now. What we're talking about here is an advisory committee within the Department of Defense that would help the Department of Defense understand this issue, all of its ramifications. We do know that there are diversity issues. We've seen the argument about their equity issues, and certainly inclusion issues. And so what's wrong with an advisory committee for the department to try to understand the extent of those issues? Maybe there's someone among us that is denying climate change. However, the number of military bases that are on the ocean's edge is considerable. In fact, our main bases often are, certainly the Navy. Climate change is sea level rise. Should we not have some advisory to the Department of Defense about climate issues? Anybody been paying attention to the rather significant increase in the tornadoes, the strength of them? Should we not understand what might be at risk for our military? So what is the problem with an advisory committee on these issues of environment, climate change, emissions? We do know that if we can move away from lower the amount of fuel that we consume, we're going to save money as well as reduce the emissions. So what's wrong with an advisory committee? I guess I don't quite understand why we want to, if we approve this, why do we want to be ignorant? Why would we want to be ignorant of these very profound...
Gentleman's time's expired. Any further discussion? If there's no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas, so many in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. The recorded vote will be postponed to a later point in time. We now move to log number 3309 by Mr. Mills of Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the table.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand it's difficult. Roll Tide instead of Go Gators. My amendment requires that the Secretary of Defense submit a report that this committee has no later than 90 days regarding how the Secretary appointed members to the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion. This amendment also shuts down the Defense Advisory Committee on Diversity and Inclusion no later than a date of September 19th, 2024. As I've said before in this committee, the DOD should be focused on military readiness and lethality, not diversity, equity, and inclusion. While we can out-pronoun every single one of our adversaries, we are facing serious recruitment shortages and retention for our armed forces. I think this committee has a right to know exactly how the DOD chose these members. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment because it's indicative of the larger conservation that we need to have regarding DEI's place in the DOD. Our time is to be focused on being ready and combating our general threats, which is the China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea geopolitical alignment, not combating and dividing ourselves with diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. I guess at this point, it seems like everybody over there wants to offer at least 4 or 5 of these things because this one is really puzzling. The argument is, gosh, we need to focus not on diversity, equity, inclusion. We need to focus on other things. And then this amendment says, please spend more time focusing on diversity and equity inclusion by doing a deep dive on who it is that you appointed to the board. I mean, you offered the amendment to get rid of the damn thing. That sort of kind of made the point. This is just ridiculous. I mean, this is just pointless so that we can talk about this for another 15 or 20 minutes. It actually makes us spend more time, makes the Pentagon spend more time on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I wish we could be a little bit more thoughtful. We had the debate about diversity and equity and inclusion. I happen to think it's important, as Ms. Jacobs, I think, made an excellent point. Younger people are more concerned about that and whether or not they will be included in the military, so this is a way to help with recruitment. We've had that debate, and now we are beating it over and over again to the point of offering an amendment that if it passes, you're going to ask the Pentagon to spend more time focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I wish we could just dismiss this thing and move on to a topic and a debate at this point that does matter. I think this debate matters. It does. I'm not one saying we shouldn't have offered it, but you don't have to offer 150 amendments on the same subject. So I would urge us to oppose this. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Mr. Mills.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. Well, let me address that. The bottom line is that this is a report that will, in my opinion, show that this committee has demonstrated time and time again that we're allocating money to something that isn't really a priority. And that's why it also, if you would have read this, ranking member.
Oh, somebody needs to start the clock.
It also states, and I'll take as much time as you'll give me. It also states that it has a no later than end date to shut down this Defense Advisory Committee by September 19th of 2024. But furthermore, what this actually looks at is how did the Secretary of Defense actually select these members from committee? Was it based on meritocracy? Was it based on expertise and background? Was it based on their understanding of what's going on in the military? What's the actual? No, you can't have my time, sir.
No, just ask nicely.
So
Don't be rude
at
about it.
the end of the
Say
day,
no.
I'm just simply saying that what this does is it actually gives a report. Since you wanted to question it and not condescending about it, it just gives a report that will explain how they selected this to begin with and then put an end date to something that is being useless and wasting taxpayers' money. With that, I yield back.
I yield the balance of my time,
Gentlemen,
Mr. Gates.
No, I think it's Ms. Strickland is recognized now. Wait a minute.
Thank
Wait a minute.
you.
Let's stop for just a minute.
Okay.
Did he have another minute remaining? All right. Put the clock at 1:08. Let Mr. Fallon finish, then we'll go to Ms. Strickland.
I yield my 68 seconds to Mr. Gates.
Yeah, I would just add that the reason that the report language that Mr. Mills is seeking is important is because oftentimes when some think about diversity, they only think about skin color, and there are other features, and it would, as we're shutting this down, I think doing the postmortem and the remediation would inform the committee greatly if we knew more about why those individuals.
Jim, and you have just a quick second. You understand that the committee has already voted to eliminate this.
Well,
Earlier today, we had an amendment, and you guys won, I think. Yes. So we already voted to eliminate this. That we now
Right,
want
but
to stop.
I think in the postmortem, what Mr. Mills' amendment does is it allows us to see what was the thought process by which someone believed that they found the four corners of diversity.
Okay.
That's the reason. I yield back.
Chair now recognize Ms. Strickland for 2 minutes.
When I was first appointed to serve on the House Armed Services Committee, I was very enthusiastic about doing things to help those who are serving. Housing, childcare, pay, food, spousal employment, all the things that focus on quality of life. It blows my mind that we have been sitting here for hours talking about DEI. I get it. People across the aisle are afraid of DEI and they don't support it. I get it. And we'll probably talk about this over and over and over again. If the military is going to be successful, it has to evolve with society. And in the 21st century, we are more diverse and we are more inclusive. I yield back the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I got in what I wanted to get in, so I yield back. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to remind everybody that all this talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion reminds me, we've talked a lot about history, and this is not the first time that the military has done diversity, equity, and inclusion. Back when our military was still segregated during World War II, they asked the military to put together a diversity, equity, and inclusion video to try to get Black Americans more into the war effort. It's a great picture. I talked about it last hearing. It's called The Negro Soldier. You can go and see it on YouTube. It's an incredible, beautiful piece that Frank Capra put together during the time of segregation. And as we look to see what we're going to do about the recruitment issue that we're having right now, if it came down to it again, to where we needed everybody to get on board, and we were to ever get rid of these programs like the Republicans are proposing to do, and I can guarantee you that they would want to have another piece similar to that one that came out to get all Americans, regardless of race, behind the war effort. So it's nothing new. What they're doing now is just refining it from mistakes that have been made to the past. And so to try to get rid of it, and again, this seems to be a very repetitive amendment. It seems like we've been talking about it all night, but it seems completely unnecessary to me. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? We will now consider, this is Mills that we're on now. We will now consider log number, if there's no further debate on Mr. Mills' amendment, those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. The recorded vote will be postponed. We will now consider log number 3519 R2 by Mr. Banks of Indiana. For what purposes, gentleman from
Chairman, I
Indiana
have an
seek
amendment at the
recognition?
desk.
Will the clerk distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
The purpose of this amendment is to prohibit DOD from paying any civilian or military employee engaged in diversity, equity, and inclusion activities at higher than the GS-10 level, which is equivalent to a captain in the Army or a lieutenant in the Navy. DEI is a partisan and divisive ideology. Just look at today's hearing. But DOD is paying DEI administrators an average of over $140,000 a year. That's about 5 times as much as your typical private in the Army, and that's outrageous. Men and women who signed up to fight and potentially die for their country are earning half as much as their colleagues who are pushing a woke partisan political ideology. Ideally, we should entirely eliminate DEI positions from our armed forces, and I will support any amendment that will do just that. But this amendment takes an important step in that direction by slashing DEI bureaucracy and bureaucrats' pay. And I've heard has a good shot of making it through the other chamber as well if we pass it in this one today too. So I urge my colleagues to support it. Even if you support DEI, I would think that you would believe that DEI bureaucrats shouldn't be paid nearly as much as some of our heroes who are getting paid so much less. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Ms. Sherrill of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've talked a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and maybe we haven't included the piece of women in the discussion. Oops, my mic is on. I'll speak closer. I don't think we've discussed women in the equation enough. And I just mentioned that prior to a year ago, before the Dobbs decision, both men and women who joined our military could be assured that they and their families would receive comprehensive, high-quality reproductive health care services, including abortion, regardless of where they served. And abortion is really an essential component of women's health care. In fact, pregnancy complications, including placental abruption, bleeding from placenta previa, preeclampsia, and cardiac or renal conditions may be so severe that abortion is the only measure to preserve a woman's health or save her life. And we've now arrived at a point where over 40% of our servicewomen no longer have access to abortion care. And 2 of our nation's largest military bases are located in states with draconian abortion restrictions. So we know that, especially in our Marine Corps, services are having trouble retaining women, and we're likely to see more difficulty as women cannot be assured of access to high-quality reproductive care, including important care during high-risk pregnancies and miscarriages. So service members often have little say in where they're going to be stationed. The basic provision to allow service members time off and travel allowances if they need to seek abortion care outside the state where they are stationed is the very least we can do for those who are serving our country. But we now have a senator holding all military promotions 07 and above hostage due to this basic proposition. So by the end of the year, potentially 650 flag officer promotions will be delayed. Among them, the next chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, delaying the confirmation of our Army, Navy, and Marine Corps service chiefs. The confirmation...
Gentlelady's time's expired. The gentleman from
Thank you, and I
California,
yield
Mr.
back.
Carbajal, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, some of my colleagues claim they are trying to protect readiness while proposing amendments that cut with such a wide brush that they will do the exact opposite. The Defense Department's own research has shown repeatedly that without this appropriate training, we actually undermine unit cohesion. I think sometimes some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle think that diversity training is the only thing that goes on around our service members. From the moment they get out of the bunk, that's bed for those that claim to go behind the wire. I certainly think there is room for us to be looking at the impacts of this training and establishing metrics for its success, but fully gutting any attention to equity and equal opportunity, something that dates back to the 1996 version of the same bill we're debating today, is outright wrong. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you. I yield my time to Ms. Cheryl to finish her thought.
Thank you to my colleague from California. I'd also say one of those promotions that's being held up as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion is the new superintendent of the Naval Academy, the first woman that would ever serve in that role. That promotion is being held up, and I think that's really so important as we talk about this issue in our understanding of why it's so important and how that could help so many women have a role model to look up to. So I think that is even further evidence that holding up these promotions is such a negative thing. And maybe some more discussion about diversity, equity, and inclusion, like we're having, could really help us see the need for it and the need for more diversity and equity and inclusion in our service forces. So with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Horsford's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build on the point of my colleague, it's really outrageous that we would be debating this amendment when the Senate Armed Services Committee considers approximately 50,000 nominations each year for civilian and military officials in the Department of Defense, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Space Force. Military promotions are often quickly approved in the Senate by unanimous consent. However, as we have seen, one senator's objection can stall the entire approval process and stall operations for our service members and military leadership. Since March, Senator Tommy Tuberville has been holding up military promotions in an effort to promote his own political agenda and force his views on our military personnel. Currently, over 250 promotions are halted. By the end of the year, that number can grow to 650. So while my colleagues may want to speak about how drag shows and wokeism that they can't even define disrupt military readiness, a senator from their party is holding up hundreds of crucial military promotions. Give me a break. You want to talk about what's right and protecting our national security? Talk to the senator over in the other chamber and ask him why he's holding up highly qualified nominations who are about protecting our national defense. You want to talk about diversity, equity, inclusion? Ask him why those candidates who are women, people of color, and highly qualified candidates who have served in our military are being held up because of that person's political agenda. It's really bizarre that
Gentleman's
Senator
time's expired. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Gallego of California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're on a roll, sir. Don't worry about it. With respect, Mr. Chairman. So, I guess my biggest point that I've been, everyone keeps talking like this has nothing to do with sustainability, our ability to defend ourselves. But if you actually look at the statistics, in 2020, 50% of the population below 18, which is what we primarily recruit, 50% of the population was non-white Hispanics, 26% Latino, 14% African American, and then Asian, then other. That's the population we have to recruit. And it only gets more and more non-white going into the future. So having a military that's able to understand that community, being able to recruit them, as well as keep them in, is going to be extremely important for us to have the fighting force of the future. And this is an issue that actually comes up a lot. Unfortunately, we had a very recent example, Vanessa Guillen, who was murdered on base. One of the biggest problems that happened there was that the actual base commander, as well as people on the base, did not know how to communicate with that family, did not have the proper translators. As a matter of fact, it became such a big problem because family members and people within the Latino community started spreading the message, if you're Latina, do not join the military. That is a big problem. If the message gets out within these communities, which we are very reliant on, especially in our enlisted corps, that the military is not a place for you to join because you're not safe, nor would you be treated equally, we're going to have a long-term retention problem, long-term national security problem. And I think at the end, It's not what we are looking for us to do. I hate getting involved in this issue. I think it's really it's just a wedge issue. But if you're actually looking at it from an actual readiness and national security issue, we should be worried about that 50% of the population may not look at the military as a place that they want to join. If there is some type of tool and or program that we can use to get them to join and stay in, that's a better national security outcome than trying to get rid of a program, in my opinion, just for
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
I followed the gentleman from Arizona's comments closely, but it doesn't seem to address the substance of this amendment. What this amendment says is that we shouldn't be paying these huge six-figure salaries to the people who are doing this work. Some of these salaries are advertised as high as $183,000 plus. So I would yield to Mr. Banks to further speak to his amendment.
Yeah, I thank my colleague for yielding. This is been an interesting debate, but it has nothing to do with the amendment. The amendment caps bureaucrats' pay and says simply that a DEI bureaucrat shouldn't make 5 times as much as a private in the United States Army. We should be paying our troops more. The military, the MILPERS subcommittee, Mark, increased pay for our troops 5.2%. We shouldn't be bloating more bureaucracy at the Pentagon to teach political programs and advance an ideology. We should be paying our troops more. So that's what the amendment does. I understand some people on this committee support DEI. Some of you have made that very clear. But let's address the pay issue and the bureaucracy that's involved with that, and that's what my amendment does.
And that pay will indeed allow us to deal with some of our recruiting challenges. And I don't believe that there's one thing that's putting downward pressure on recruiting, but certainly the flawed premise of my colleague Mr. Gallego's argument is that these DEI programs do in fact speak to some of these groups that we're trying to recruit. And the experience I've had talking to service members who are non-white is quite the opposite, that many non-white service members view these programs as divisive and actually cutting against the very reason why they join the military for cohesion. I yield back.
Is there additional discussion? Gentleman, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have to say, after several of these amendments, and looking at the emerging threats to national security and national defense from Russia and China and other folks, and what we've seen in our enemies collecting data and manipulating information, poisoning our national discourse, I can just tell you that they're probably enjoying the conversation that we're having in controlling the world's largest national defense budget today. $820 billion that we're in charge of as Americans, as people elected to Congress, and we've spent the last several hours talking about one of the most non-consequential issues to our national defense. I think our enemies have accomplished their goal if we continue to have these discussions as they pertain to one of the most important duties that we have serving in Congress. I yield back. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Banks of Indiana. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Appearing the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call vote is requested and will be postponed until a later date. Now we will consider log number 2570 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
This has nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our service members are the best and brightest our nation has to offer. We collectively celebrate their patriotism and honor their sacrifice. For those reasons, I believe we should afford our service members who are preparing to transition out of the armed forces the opportunity to bring their unique perspectives and professional experience to civil office. Current law allows service members to seek elected civil office with a waiver from the service secretary. However, current law also mandates that those granted a waiver cannot campaign or even be involved behind the scenes. My amendment would change the law to allow transitioning service members with a separation date to run for office and campaign so long as the retirement date precedes the date that they would assume office. This will help members in their transition to civilian life while allowing them to continue to serve our country by other means. I urge all my colleagues to join me in this common sense amendment that takes a holistic approach to service members participating in civil life. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Gallego of Arizona.
You got it. Woo! Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this might seem a little hypocritical being a former military member, but was out when I ran for office. But I strongly oppose this amendment. I think this is actually going to further deteriorate the civilian-military divide. This amendment will allow officers or members serving on active duty to seek civil office while still in the military. Such a change would reverse longstanding policy. Our military must maintain an apolitical stance. While the use of our military is an extension of our political power, I think we all can agree to that, the institution itself has always been, actually has at times not been, which is why we have modernized it to the point where it is, and should always be politically neutral. Because of this, our service members uphold these standards until the day they no longer wear the uniform. This is embedded in the oath that every single service member takes. We don't allow those who have an approved separation or retirement date to take off work without approved leave or to talk back to the superiors. So why would we change our standards solely based on an approved retirement or separation date? While I appreciate providing our service members who are leaving the service opportunities for smooth transitions that reduce downtime between jobs, something that I unfortunately dealt with, upholding our standards until that day I think is crucial. As a Marine, and like many other service members in this room, I have no issues with our service members running for office. In fact, I encourage it. However, it should absolutely not happen until after you no longer wear the uniform. If you look at the beginnings of this country, there were times where our military personnel were essentially political operatives. We were selling officer billets in the Civil War. There were different generals that decided where and when to attack, depending on whether it was going to help them on their next political position. I think this is something that could really slide us into a wrong direction, and therefore I stand in opposition to this amendment, and I'll yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Mills of Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I applaud my colleague and good friend from Florida, Matt Gaetz, for putting this forward, because as a military combat veteran, many of us fought to try and protect and to ensure that we actually have the ability to be having this democratic process. You know, I wish that we would fight as hard to stop, you know, our military members and their conflict of interest that goes right across as soon as they get on their terminal leave to these military industrial complexes, but instead we're actually trying to prevent them from running for office after leaving an experience which may be able to bring even this committee we all sit on more benefits and value. So again, if we're going to fight anything to prevent our military service members from crossing over, it should be the conflict of interest of, you know, some of these bigger defense companies who are just basically gobbling them up from the procurement sectors, not from preventing them from actually running for office that they fought to protect in uniform. And so with that, I strongly support this, and I appreciate Mr. Gaetz for putting this on to allow our military members who fought for our democratic process to protect it to be able to run for office themselves and add more value here in the United States Congress. I would yield the balance of my time to Mr. Gaetz.
I hope it would, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I hope it would somewhat ease my colleague from Arizona's concerns that in the amendment, we have placed some guardrails up so that those seeking civil office would not be able to use federal property or refer to their rank or their, that in any way. So I hope that's at least some comfort. Yield back.
Gentleman, gentlelady, Ms. Houlihan's recognized.
Thank you. I'm also strongly opposed to this amendment. I think that their use of the word common sense was actually one of the things that was most horrifying to me about this particular amendment. When I served in the military, and I am third generation, my father and grandfather also served as well, and growing up in my family, I was told never to talk about my political affiliation when in uniform or even when out of uniform while serving. I was a registered independent for the entirety of the time that I served in uniform, and I never spoke about my favoritism in terms of one party or another or one candidate or another. I think it is absolutely unspeakable for a person who is currently under orders and in uniform and active duty to also be pursuing elected office at the same time. Forget about whether they're using federal property or their uniform. They still have the authority to give and take orders up and until they sign out from duty for the very last time. There is plenty of time in your life, as it is testament from me in my career. I served 30-something years ago and only ran for office for the first time about 7 years ago. There is time for us to serve in both ways and capacities. We don't have to double duty things and make sure that we're running for office at the same time that we're serving in uniform. I'm strongly opposed to this amendment, and I would urge my colleagues to please consider the same. I yield.
Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also stand in opposition to Mr. Gates' amendment. To be honest, when I first read the amendment, I literally asked my staff, is this for real? The principle of civilian control of our military has been foundational since the early days of our republic. In fact, in the Capitol Rotunda, there is a massive painting of George Washington resigning his commission as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army and returning to civilian life, emphasizing through his actions that civilian authority is the most central principle of our democracy and that we must maintain, as my colleagues have said, an unequivocally apolitical force. And over the many hours that we've talked about these other topics, I actually found one of the themes of agreement across both sides was that we have to take politics out of the military. I heard almost all of us say that at various points of the debate. Again, as my colleagues have said, and from my own perspective, I'm proud that I served in uniform. I'm proud that I'm now serving in elected office, but I think it is an absolute critical red line that service has to be separated and distinct to maintain the professional apolitical military that we have, and this would clearly erode that idea. By allowing anyone with a retirement or separation date to begin running for office, it becomes entirely possible that men and women still in active service could be participating in public-facing political campaigning, and we cannot allow this to happen for the sake of maintaining trust in our democracy. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. A gentleman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just went to a retirement ceremony for a guy who was in Congress. I'm just going to rest my case with that. Literally a person who serves in the military, who does active duty every year, serving in Congress. In the reserves, but you have to go, you can be activated at any time. You're in the military, you represent the military, and please do not interrupt me during my time.
Gentleman from Georgia has the floor.
As a military guy who served side by side with reservists who deploy more than active duty, by the way. That's a fact. In the emergency community, most of the deployments were handled by reservists who were activated to go over and serve their country overseas. The same kind of reservists that were doctors in Congress. The same people. I'm just making the point, this is already a moot point. It's already happened. People who have served active duty overseas who are in Congress. This is just something that, it's just rhetoric at this point. I just want to point out that this has already been happening. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Moulton, Massachusetts, recognized.
The principle of taking politics out of the military is not just rhetoric. It's foundational to our country, to our Constitution. And the hypocrisy on display here when the party that claims that the military is being politicized by upholding our values through diversity programs is now trying to further blur the lines between politics and the military is, I hope, obvious to everyone watching this debate. I've worked very hard to recruit a lot of veterans to run for office. I'm often asked, is it better to work with veterans in Congress? And I've been proud over the years to be able to cite the fact that on this committee, it's often veterans across the aisle that I go to first, and even more importantly, it's often veterans across the aisle who've been willing to cross party lines to do the right thing. And I can't tell you how disappointing it is today to see so many veterans, with some prominent exceptions, like Mr. Bacon in the last few debates, who have had the political courage to cross the aisle, to rise above the party politics that we all know are getting far worse in this country, and to uphold our foundational values. I hope that that's what happens on this amendment, that we can cite this as an example going forward of veterans being able to stand up and say, I don't care what party I'm in, let's do the right thing for the country, and let's do the right thing for the military by keeping these things separate. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only comment is that I understand that this is truly an outdated policy that's in place, and I say that because we will be okay with someone who serves in the reserves who wears a uniform or in the National Guard.
Excuse me, it's my error. You've been recognized once before, so you'll have to get somebody else to be recognized and yield to you. So let's go ahead. Mr. LaLota is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my time to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Mills.
You are a gentleman, sir. My point is that I kind of don't see where we're standing our ground on either side of this, and we're kind of playing both sides, where we're saying that it's okay for someone who is in reserves, who wears a uniform, or National Guard, who wears a uniform, to run for office and still do guard, still do duties, still represent their political affiliation, but not a person who, like I have had friends who've had 90 and 120 days of saved up leave time, that they're sitting on terminal leave and they're planning out, what is my next role? What is my next job? They're not parading around in the uniform for their political run or anything like that. They're just simply wanting the opportunity to go ahead and move on to the next portion of their careers. And I think that that's really important here, is that what we're trying to do is we talk about the significant importance of our military and our veterans in transition. What's better than a person who just served our nation proudly, willing to die to protect this Constitution, than to raise his hand once again to swear that oath to continue to do it as an elected official? And so I find it a bit of a double standard here when it's okay when we're saying that, well, you can wear a uniform if you're Reserve or National Guard, but you can't run for office if you're just sitting on terminal leave with your transition time waiting to essentially transition out of the military and into a new life. So I just think this is a very common sense approach, and again, I strongly support Mr. Gates in this. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. I think what we realize is that the restrictions that we're talking about, they're rooted in the constitutional philosophy of maintaining a clean separation between our branches of government. And that's literally the foundation for DOD Directive 1344.10 that says that active duty may not engage in partisan political activities. Now, all of us who have served in the military get this, and all of us who serve in Congress get this. And what I mean by that is politicians, we know why we can't go and politic on or near a military base and not to influence those military men and women. And as part of our military service, we also know that leadership and influence are sort of cornerstones. And what I mean by that, at one time or another, when we serve in uniform, we'll influence our brethren. If a member is running, politics can then come into play. You may then influence the soldiers, airmen, and sailors and Marines that are around you on your politics, on your political issues. Therefore, you would have a potential to affect the military mission, and that is inappropriate. With the power of the uniform comes responsibility to the mission, and we want to keep that mission separate from politics. With that, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I was listening to the argument from the other side of the aisle, and I was compelled by the argument about separation of the military from political influence. I was almost going to vote no on this, but then I listened to Mr. McCormick, and you actually make tremendous sense. If we allow reservists, officers to that are part of the Congress, there are Congress people, mayors, et cetera, serve in the armed services, then why can't somebody who's going to transition out, will never serve on active duty and be a politician, why can't they do that? It makes no sense to me. So I've actually flipped my vote. I'm going to be voting yes on this amendment. And, again, I think, we either allow politicians to serve in the armed forces or we don't allow them to serve in the armed forces. And the reserves are the armed forces. Actually, they're probably deployed more than active duty. So are you going to say that a congressman who is in the reserves has to now not serve in the reserves, or a congressman that's in the reserves is going to say, hey, look, I know I'm a congressman, but put the blinders on. They're still a congressman or a congresswoman. So no, I think I will vote for the amendment, and I think that it's the right thing to do.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you. I yield my time to the gentleman from New York, Pat Ryan.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. I appreciate you bringing up my colleagues bringing up this point and engaging in this good faith public policy debate, which I'm glad we're finally getting to at whatever time it is. I think it's critical, and I know many on this committee understand this, very significant differences in the authorities, both in our Constitution and follow-on federal regulations about active duty service and the authorities to call on and be deployed versus reserve versus guard. Of course, guard being under the authority of the states, reserve being called up in rare circumstances, sometimes to active duty. And of course, I served alongside in my 2 combat deployments many guardsmen and reservists. But it is, I think, a very clear good faith line to recognize that an active duty soldier, sailor, airman, marine, even at the potential end of their service, is in a very different legal and policy position than someone, and I appreciate those in Congress who are still in the reserves. That is a very different authority, and I think that's just very important to this debate. Active duty is in a different and special category for a reason. Mr. Gates's amendment speaks to active duty, and therefore I think we need to recognize the implications of that. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield my time to Mr. McCormick.
Thank you. As far as chances, when I spent 150 days on terminal leave, my chances of being active were 0. I was terminal. I was getting out. It was my transition. I worked 3 months in the ER as a civilian, never put on the uniform, never had a chance of deployment, never had a chance of active duty service, which is what you're referring to. However, if I'm in the reserves, I have a great chance of being active duty and serving overseas in deployment status, far more under the same guise, under the same leadership, under the same sync commander than as if I was terminal. So I would counter your point with, if you're talking statistics, if you're talking scientific facts of who's more likely to be wearing the uniform, a terminal person who's on terminal leave or somebody who's in a reserve status, you're far, 100 times more likely to be wearing the uniform and in a position of command as a reservist than you are in terminal leave. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess my concern is, again, the relationship between the civilian and the military relationship. We talk about how we're worried about the standing of civilian opinion of the military, and then now we're going to start blurring these lines. Now, I get what you're saying about reservists. I was always a reservist. I did two tours, one non-combat, one combat. And it was very clear to me when I was on active duty that I had to cease anything political. And I think a lot of us actually know that line. But when we start saying that men and women in uniform can actively campaign while on active orders, whether they are reservists or active duty, I think you're blurring a line. I don't want to see us going down the line of many other countries, some of the countries where my parents are from, where the military ends up being an arm of the political party in power and not there to protect the nation. And I think when we start blurring these lines, though I'm sure it's all intentional, there's nothing I'm accusing the sponsor of this amendment that he's trying to do, but I do think that it starts sending us down a very slippery slope that I think we should keep separate for the sake of the strength of the military and the relationship that this military has with its civilian population. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Dr. Jackson of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to admit, I've got some reservations about this one. And Mr. Gates, I was just going to ask you real quick. So can you make it clear, when does this start? It's not just terminal leave, is that correct? It's prior to terminal leave. I read that it looks like it's not just restricted to terminal leave. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Jackson, you're reading it correctly, that it is once someone has a separation date. But I would be real amenable to an amendment to that effect based on some of the arguments we've heard.
I would probably be fine with it if it were after terminal leave, because you're locked in after terminal leave. Before terminal leave, you're not really locked in. And I listened to Dr. McCormick. I understand. I agree with Mr. Ryan, though. I think that comparing the active duty forces to the reserve forces is like apples and oranges. I mean, I know that there's a lot of stuff that the reservists can do, and it's just different than being on active duty. Being on active duty is just the ones that have served on active duty for long periods of time know it's different. And I'm just not comfortable with the entire active duty population being eligible for something like this. I think there's a lot of potential for abuse here, but I would probably be amenable to this if it were only after you were on terminal leave.
Will you yield?
I yield back to you.
Yeah, I think this suggestion's a good one, and so long as we don't have to have the entire debate over again, I'll withdraw the amendment and work on a different version.
Thank you.
Excellent. Gentleman withdraws the amendment. Let's see. We now consider log number 3134, R1 by Mr. Garamendi of California. For what purposes, gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk that has nothing to do with nuclear issues.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California to explain his amendment that has nothing to do with nuclear weapons.
Okay, take a deep breath, all. This really has to do with what is actually happening amongst many of us here. I should ask for raise your hand if you have an electric vehicle or think you're going to get one, or a plug-in electric. If you also happen to visit the military base in your district and you need a charge on your electric vehicle, chances are you're not going to get it. This amendment simply authorizes an establishment of an electric charging station at a gas station or a commissary on a base. That's it. Doesn't require it, it authorizes it. If that fits for that particular base, terrific. If it doesn't, then it doesn't happen. Simply allows for the authorization. This actually, to use the arguments that my colleagues are making, this was a bipartisan vote in support of it last year. The Senate removed it for reasons that are best known by senators, perhaps Manchin. In any case, that's what this is. Simply authorizes the establishment of an electric charging station at a commissary or a gas station on a military base. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is any discussion on the gentleman's amendment? Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment, mostly because I think it's duplicative. The department is already installing EV charging stations on military bases. In fact, there was an announcement I have made in October of last year, says that DIU is partnering with the leadership of 8 military installations currently to put EV chargers in place. So considering the department is already doing what this amendment would authorize, it seems to me that this is intended to send a message that the committee wants to see more of this type of activity. And frankly, I don't believe that's the message we should be sending. In that regard, I would be with Manchin if he opposed it last time. The chairman and the rest of the members on the committee have really done an exceptional job here in keeping this year's bill focused on our most pressing national security threats, and I think we should keep it that way by excluding this duplicative amendment. So for that reason, encouragement. I'll yield.
Thank you, sir. You're quite correct, and also somewhat incorrect. There are, on several bases, or maybe many bases, charging stations that are allowed. We are aware of bases in which it has not been allowed. And so this would simply make it clear, and the reason it was not allowed was that there was no clear policy that there could be. What this does is establish a clear policy that there can be. That's it. With that, I yield, and thank you for your courtesy.
I understand, and if I have time left on the clock, 35 seconds, I'll just say if we are to state a policy, I would propose that we stick to fossil fuels. But that's my position from an energy state in Louisiana. So I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? General Bacon from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think my point has already been answered. I was unaware that we're not authorized. I'm under the impression the authority is already there and it's being done, but I think you've already tried to address that, so I'll yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the Garamendi amendment? If there's no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi of California, so many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion chair, the noes have it. The recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed. I want to pause right now and let people know that we are going to stop for a series of postponed recorded votes in about 10 minutes. So if your boss is not in the room, staff members, please urge them to start making their way to the room. All right. We will now consider log number 3317R1 by Representative Sewell of Alabama. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is a common sense amendment to promote what John Lewis would say is the most powerful tool, the most powerful nonviolent tool in our democracy, our vote. The vote is the cornerstone of our democracy. I believe that service members should have access to every possible avenue for casting a ballot. But only 2/3 of military members were registered to vote in 2020, compared with 83% of civilian voters with similar demographics. That's why I tried to offer a straightforward amendment to provide all servicemen the information they need about the voting process, whether they are abroad or at home. Today, our beloved former colleague, John Lewis, was honored with a portrait on a U.S. stamp. He has really sacrificed his life for the prospect of every American having an equal access to the ballot box. I am deeply disappointed that the majority on the House Administration Committee denied my request for this amendment, which means I will have to withdraw it. I really can't understand why my colleagues across the aisle would go so far as to stand in the way of our service members voting, but here we are. My colleagues say that they want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Well, by blocking this amendment, they are cheating our service members. With that, I withdraw this amendment.
The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. We will now consider log number 3090 by Ms. Slotkin of Michigan. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
We've had lots of conversation today about cultural issues, 7 or 8 DEI amendments, debating, for the most part, the same thing. I'd like to talk right now about an issue that I think is much more impactful on the entire force, which is food insecurity in our active duty service members. I know we care about it at the most basic level. We have a decision to make as a country of whether we're okay with members of the active duty military not having enough to eat, not having enough money to pay for food for their families. Just to review the bidding, this committee issued a study in 2020 to look at this issue. That study was done by RAND. It came back saying that 24% of active duty service members, 300,000 people, do not have enough money to cover the basic costs of food, especially now given the rate of inflation. We created in this committee the basic needs allowance in the FY22 NDAA with the goal of providing supplemental income for service members who were experiencing that insecurity, where their regular military compensation put them just barely above the federal poverty line. Right now, 28 members of the active duty military are signed up for that BNA, 28 people out of 1.3 million. I'm glad this committee is focused on this, but there is more that needs to be done. I've introduced this amendment that would basically force the DOD to put people who are right above that poverty line on the BNA, so they had to opt out instead of opting in, so that instead of 28 people making themselves eligible for this, we actually have, closer to the number of people who are food insecure. It would be a big deal, alleviate a lot of administrative burden, and would help get at this core problem that we as a nation should not have active duty who are hungry. Unfortunately, unlike the millions of cultural amendments we've heard today, we could not get waivers for this amendment, so I unfortunately have to withdraw it, sadly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that she has withdrawn her amendment. We will now consider log number 3213 by Ms. Strickland. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that family planning decisions are deeply personal and that Congress should do everything it can to reduce barriers to fertility testing. Service members and veterans face unique challenges when trying to start or build families. They also have higher rates of infertility compared to their civilian counterparts. Importantly, all service members, no matter their gender, should have access to baseline fertility testing. In the 2021 Blue Stars Family Annual Military Family Lifestyle Survey, 67% of military families reported that they have experienced at least one family planning challenge in their lifetime. This is why I'm offering this amendment today, which will allow TRICARE beneficiaries to receive baseline fertility testing every 3 years if they choose so. While this diagnostic testing does not include treatment for infertility, it will give patients valuable insight into their fertility and reproductive health and can also help them identify underlying health conditions early on in order to prevent or manage these issues. This can be considered preventative care for anyone trying to navigate their health and fertility options. We must demonstrate our commitment to our military families and empower them with the option to make their own health care decisions. Now, Mr. Chairman, I understand that there are concerns around costs and waivers, so I'm going to withdraw this at this time. But I do look forward to working with the committee to ensure that service members have the ability to make their own decisions around fertility and health care.
I thank the gentlelady. She has withdrawn her amendment. I would like to announce that we are next going to deal with the Scott amendment. At the conclusion of that amendment, we will then go to postponed roll call votes. So members need to be working themselves back toward the hearing room. We'll now consider log number 3290 by Mr. Scott of Georgia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment number 3290 at the desk that I would like to call up for consideration.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would prohibit the Secretary of Defense from entering into an agreement with a pharmacy benefit manager that operates a mail order program. We attempted to put a different amendment in that also prohibited them from purchasing PBM services from someone who owned a retail pharmacy service. And I want to know, should know that I intend to pursue this on the floor and welcome any help with this. But I want to read something to you. This is from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Today, there are 66 PBM companies, with the three largest: Express Scripts, which is owned by Cigna and maintains a mail order pharmacy benefit program, CVS Caremark, who we all know has a huge retail pharmacy, and is now a part of Aetna, and Optum Rx, the pharmacy services segment of United Health Group. Those three PBM services control 89% of the PBM market. The way it got that way is because the Federal Trade Commission forced drug companies that own PBMs to divest themselves of them because of the conflict of interest. Now they have all merged and they're owned by the people that are actually selling the pharmacies. We are literally contracting with the people to negotiate our rates for pharmaceutical prescription drugs with the people that are selling them to us. We're hiring the people to negotiate that are selling them to us. I'm disappointed that CBO has said that if we use, there's 66 PBMs in this country, we can use 64 of them if my amendment passes. CBO says my amendment costs over $200 million, I believe. I will tell you, we're the largest purchaser of health care in the country. We need to bust up these monopolies. If the Federal Trade Commission's not going to do it, then we can do it by prohibiting the federal government from contracting with these people that own 89% of the market. With that, I yield my 1 second.
Gentleman, Mr. Gary Mendes, recognized.
Mr. Scott, you speak the truth. Very serious issue out there. You've laid it out very clearly. And we should be moving your amendment because this is a very real problem. The consolidation in the industry, the healthcare industry, and this particular issue along with it. We need competition. We need competition in every aspect of the Department of Defense and all of its contracting all the way through.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second?
I would love to hear your argument continue, so yes.
One, I thank you so much for that. I want to remind you, with regard to the ethics of these companies, just a couple of years ago, we had to pass, in a very bipartisan manner, the Patients' Right to Know Drug Prices Act and the Know the Lowest Price Act, because these companies were literally prohibiting the pharmacists that you go to pick up your drugs from telling the patient that it's cheaper to pay the retail price than the copay. That's how corrupt these people are. And so I appreciate any help in working this language and making sure that we're able to move to any of the 60 other PBMs that exist out there and bust these monopolies up if the Federal Trade Commission won't do it.
Reclaiming
I
my
yield the
time.
remainder back.
Thank you, reclaiming my time. Thank you for adding to your arguments. Just as a general policy in all that we do here, we should be seeking more competition in every sector, in every part of our military operations and contracts all across the way. Drugs are one issue. We can go through dozens of others. But this is a fundamental issue of continued consolidation in the companies with which the Department of Defense does business. With that, I yield back.
Has the gentleman withdrawn his amendment?
Mr. Chairman, due to the ruling from the CBO that competition would somehow increase pricing, I withdraw my amendment, but would advise the PBMs that when we get to the floor, as they say at the dog track, here comes Rusty.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment colorfully. All right. We are now going to proceed to vote on those amendments where a recorded vote was ordered. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2844, offered by Ms. Stefanik of New York, and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. First, everybody needs to turn on their electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And the ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and record the vote. Members will vote. Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Waltz needs to go vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 38, the noes are 21.
Yeas are 38, the noes are 21. The amendment's agreed to. We are now going to proceed. The committee has postponed further proceeding on amendment log number 2573 by Mr. Banks of Indiana and should now resume proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
The ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 31, the noes are 28.
Yeas are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3622R2 by Mr. Gates. And shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by assigned electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 33, the noes are 26.
The ayes are 33, the noes are 26. The amendment's agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2777 by Mr. Alford of Missouri and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chair will be voting yes.
And I will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3083 by Mr. Jackson of Texas and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And I will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes are 31 and noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3309 by Mr. Mills of Florida and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Member will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And I'll be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3519 R2 by Mr. Banks of Indiana and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And I will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment's agreed to. And finally, the committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3134R1 by Mr. Garamendi of California and should now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
And I'll be voting yes this time.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Oh. Good catch.
Mr. Banks.
Mr. Banks has not voted. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote?
Mr. Alford.
Mr. Alford, did you?
Ms. Mace.
Ms. Mace? All right. Does any member need to change their vote again? All right. The clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30, present 1.
The noes are 30, the ayes are 28. The amendment is not agreed to. All right, now what are we on?
Escobar. We've changed the order.
Okay. So Escobar's up next. We will now consider log number 3611R5 by Ms. Escobar of Texas. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am proud to lead this amendment with my colleagues, Representative Strickland and Representative Jacobs. Non-active duty service members and military families should have access to no copay contraception. Under the ACA, most private health plans must cover all FDA-approved, granted, or cleared contraceptives without cost sharing. However, the ACA does not extend to TRICARE, and non-active duty service members and military families covered by TRICARE must still pay a copay for contraception that most civilians can access for free. This amendment removes this financial cost from burdening TRICARE beneficiaries for those under HASC jurisdiction, Army, Navy, U.S. Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force. Additionally, this provision covers 1 calendar year upon enactment to remain under scoring thresholds from CBO. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on Gentlelady's amendment?
Just a question for you.
Gentleman from
Is
Nebraska.
this strictly co-pays, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on the gentlelady's amendment? There's no. Oh, Ms. Houlihan's recognized.
Thank you. I support Representative Escobar's amendment because everyone deserves the freedom to be able to decide whether, when, and how to become pregnant. The ability to access contraception is so critical to family planning. So let's please eliminate the unnecessary barriers and alleviate costs for the health care of those who do sacrifice so much for us. No service member or military family member should be forced to pay out of pocket for basic preventative care that their civilian counterparts do not pay for. And this, of course, includes contraception. And I very much hope this amendment will be common sense for all of my colleagues. I also want to note that I did put forward a bipartisan amendment with Representative Mace that would commission a study on why service members aren't always able to access their birth control of choice. By law, TRICARE and DODEA is required to cover and provide access to birth control of choice, but a recent RAND study found that 1 in 5 service members can't access their preferred form of birth control. Since the DODEA is already required to do so by law, I, alongside Representative Mace, did put forward a very simple oversight amendment that would understand the complete picture and help better support our servicewomen. Yet, due to misinformation and conflation by the majority party, this amendment needed to be withdrawn. I want to note how dangerous this narrative is. All contraceptive methods prevent pregnancy. They do not interfere with an existing pregnancy, and any claims to the contrary are not based in science. I would very much hope that my colleagues will consider looking very much solely at the facts, and I welcome the opportunity to work with those interested in contraception access moving forward. With that, I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
So I just want to be clear, this is not being withdrawn. This is being offered. I'm not sure. You had to withdraw.
Oh,
this is different.
okay.
This amendment is.
I thought I
going
missed
forward.
something.
I yield back. No.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. Ms. Strickland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even small copays can be prohibitive for some people, especially when we consider the financial strain on too many military families. Studies show that the cost related to contraception, even when small, leads some people to forego it altogether, and they choose least effective methods or use it inconsistently. When people have access to a full range of health care services, including birth control, they can be healthier and their families can thrive. We must eliminate harmful roadblocks to care. Military spending covers so much more than our tactical and strategic programs and capabilities. It must cover the basic needs of our military families, and it should cover their needs far better than it currently does. With consistently high-quality health care that is comprehensive and doesn't come with limits, caps, or copays, financially strapped military families can thrive and make choices that are important to them. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, as I mentioned, represent the largest military community in the country in San Diego, and it is completely crazy to me that if you are a civilian, you don't have to pay a copay for your birth control, but if you are a military service member or dependent, you do, because the ACA does not extend to TRICARE. And in fact, one of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle has said that she had her third child because she could not afford birth control. This is not a theoretical thing. Even a small copay is a deterrent, especially if you're a young person trying to figure out how to keep yourself safe. And my colleagues spend a lot of time talking about how they want to prohibit abortions. The best way to do that is to make sure people have access to contraception. And so this, to me, seems like a completely common sense amendment that only makes sense to make sure that our service members are getting the same things that we have already had civilians able to get for years because of the ACA. So I hope that my colleagues from across the aisle and all of us will support this amendment. I thank Ms. Escobar for her leadership on it, and with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to briefly thank Ms. Escobar for bringing this amendment. I think it's an important discussion. I am supportive of the amendment. I would like to see increased access to contraception for the reasons that some of my colleagues mentioned, and preventing unwanted pregnancies, especially for our military women. We are called to do a job. Our family members are already struggling with costs and struggling with the amount of pay that is inadequate. So whatever we can do to assist them with access to health care, this is an important part of women's health care, in my opinion. So I'm happy to support this amendment.
Okay, gentleman, Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend my colleague, Ms. Escobar, and co-sponsors of the amendment and speak briefly in support of the amendment, amplifying some of the points made by colleagues from both parties here. In particular, addressing and emphasizing the inequity in the current system, that military families and women in military families and in active duty and non-active duty have more costs, more pressure, more burden on them than civilians. That's outrageous. And again, I commend the leadership in bringing this forward and reiterate that we as a committee, as a Congress, do not have a right to make these personal health care decisions for women, especially the highly personal decisions surrounding family planning and the freedom to choose, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Is there no further debate? Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar? Is that correct? So those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Pending the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote is requested. Recorded vote will be postponed. Let's see.
DeLuzio, 2758.
I did. Chairman requested it. We will now consider log number 2758 by Mr. DeLuzio. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would improve the safety and reliability of the United States freight rail system, of vital importance to our defense industrial base, our nation's industries, and our national security. So much of our military equipment, fuels, chemicals, hazardous waste, you name it, moves via freight rail. People in the Western Pennsylvania district that I'm proud to represent were hurt by this year's train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, just across the Pennsylvania border. Lax safety standards, cutting corners with inspections, inadequate staffing, all plague communities like mine and many others on the committee that have freight rail traveling through them every day. This amendment would have required Class 1 railroads engaged in interstate commerce to operate with two-person crews of at least one appropriately qualified and certified conductor and one appropriately qualified and certified locomotive engineer. Without this basic safety requirement, my fear is that the railroads will continue to put their profits over the safety of workers in so many of our communities. Unfortunately, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee did not provide a waiver, so I must withdraw this amendment. But I'm grateful that this committee earlier today adopted my amendment to require a report identifying infrastructure, equipment, and manning concerns in the strategic rail corridor network, along with the strategic highway network and strategic seaports. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. We will now consider log number 3654 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. For what purposes general lady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair will recognize the gentlewoman from South Carolina for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will withdraw the amendment, but I wanted to take this opportunity to talk about, we talked about rice whales earlier this afternoon, and this is about the right whales, but we want to make sure we preserve endangered species like right whales, but the NOAA's proposed rules change could have a significant impact on forest readiness and the supply chain. The proposed rule could risk the grounding of large ships or swamping of smaller boats and channels like Charleston, South Carolina, jeopardizing the movement of American sea power. And while the DOD vessels would be exempt from the speed requirements that's being proposed, the potential consequences to civilian vessels could endanger military assets all along the coast, not just South Carolina, but the coast everywhere in the United States. This also would require the mitigation and monitoring program to be fully funded before a rule is actually issued about speed limits to protect right whales. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and she withdraws her amendment. The chair, we will now consider log number 3130R1 by Ms. Slotkin of Michigan. For what purposes does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment without objection. Reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bipartisan amendment with my colleague and Michigan Representative Bergman related to communities impacted by DOD PFAS contamination. Knowing that these communities should have a right to understand the extent of the contamination, to know the status of DOD's efforts to clean up that contamination, and be engaged in that process. We took a good step in the FY22 NDAA that required DOD to create a publicly available website to track the results of DOD PFAS testing in communities and around bases. And that was great. Unfortunately, there is no such transparency when it comes to cleaning up contaminated site. So my amendment would simply require DOD to create similar, easy-to-use website that community members could use to track the cleanup of their backyards, of their lakes, of their watershed, of their drinking water. This would benefit communities across the country, including places like Oscoda, Michigan, the former home of Wordsmith Air Force Base. This community has seen firsthand how difficult it can be to get DOD to take concrete action and communicate what they're doing to clean up admitted contamination. There's been a group of experts out there and community members who have volunteered their time to shepherd Oscoda through the process, but you need to really have incredible expertise to understand this from the outside. This is why I'm pushing this amendment. Unfortunately, we did not get the procedural requirements needed, so I have to withdraw this amendment. Thank you very much.
Gentlelady withdraws her amendment. We will now consider log number 2968 by Mr. Waltz of Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without objection. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, for 2 decades, the U.S. Army's Universal Robotics Controller Program has been developing a common open architecture system to run applications for all tactical robotic and autonomous systems. So in plain English, they've been trying to develop a universal remote. So you can imagine in your living room, you've got a half dozen remotes for all kinds of systems, where soldiers have been carrying those around. The Army, for decades, has been trying to develop a universal system and has failed to do so and spent millions. Meanwhile, there is a system in use with Army Special Forces. There is a system in use with the Marine Corps, and all services are required by law to identify if there's commercial systems out there already available. This is going to sound familiar to everyone. For 2 years now, I have been trying to get at least a briefing. That hasn't happened. Department just didn't even respond, blew it off. I compromised. It was watered down. We tried again. That next report was due in April of this year, still hasn't happened. So now we have some tougher language. And essentially what we've seen, and we've all experienced this, The department drags its feet. We try to compromise. We don't get a briefing. Then we get more serious about the language. Then they get a delegation fired up because it has some parochial interest, or they go to the Senate, or they water it down in committee. And at the end of the day, we end up with an effort that really leaves the status quo for the services. And so enough is enough. I ask for unanimous consent to submit these two compromises for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
The services have been dragging this along. And then separately, we all talk a lot about procurement reform. Well, there's commercial technology out there available, and we need to start driving the department to use it rather than doing their own bespoke, we've got to develop it ourselves or it just won't work systems. I have agreed with my colleague from Michigan bottom line, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to withdraw this amendment. I'm working with my colleague from Michigan, Ms. McLean, to come to a better solution here. But I think as a committee, we need to hold the department accountable. We need to have them, when we put in law to brief or reports, we have the information before we make law, they have to do it. And then, oh, by the way, if we want to save money for the taxpayer, let's use what's already out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will now consider log number 2843 by Mr. Panetta of California. For what purposes the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of Amendment 2843 to conduct tabletop exercises for Indo-PACOM that test our abilities to not only to deter China and North Korea, but doing it while under extreme weather events. The United States faces unique threats in the Indo-Pacific that are compounded by the potential for extreme weather events that can sever command and control, land operations, and transportation capabilities. Between 2014 and 17, the Indo-Pacific experienced more natural disasters than any other region in the world, including 55 earthquakes, 217 storms and cyclones, and 236 cases of severe flooding. Yet there has only been one exercise conducted by the Navy to determine our readiness and to deter and defend against the CTP and the DRPK while under extreme weather. The money, training, and resources we are expending will mean nothing if our capabilities are inoperable in one of the most geographically volatile regions in the world. Right now, we're operating with a blind eye while China and North Korea continue to train for conflict under circumstances their forces are already conditioned to. Now, Mr. Chairman, we were unable to receive a waiver for this amendment, but the importance of this bill cannot be understated, and I will continue to fight for the readiness and safety of our personnel with these types of tabletop exercises that include extreme weather events. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will have to withdraw my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman withdraws. We will now consider log number 3642 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the Secretary of Defense to certify that end-use monitoring laws and regulations are being followed before any drawdown to send military equipment to Ukraine. This committee will recall when the Inspector General was before us, they could not testify that end-use monitoring was followed. Matter of fact, in DODEIG report 2384, it says, quote, DOD personnel did not have the required accountability of the thousands of defense items that they received and transferred in Poland. Specifically, we observed DOD personnel did not fully implement their standard operating procedures to account for defense items and could not confirm the quantities of defense items received against the quantity of items shipped for 3 of 5 shipments we observed. So just in the Sentinel testing and review that has been done with a massive amount of equipment going into a war zone, we are not following the law. And I would just like the Secretary of Defense to certify that we are before we send more military equipment into a war zone. Unfortunately, the Foreign Affairs Committee has asserted some equities here and has not given a waiver to something that would seemingly be in all of our interests. So while I will not be able to continue with this amendment today, I will tell everyone here, I'm going to be filing floor amendments to strip as much of this Ukraine money out of this bill as possible. And I know if I offered those amendments here, they would go down in flames and I would be on an island, but I assure you it's where the country is increasingly moving. The country is weary of this conflict in Ukraine, and I thought that the humblest step would to say, could we at least follow our own laws before sending more of this equipment? And apparently I will not be able to do so, and so I withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws the amendment. We will now consider log number 3655 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
To all of my hawk friends on the committee who think I'm too much of a dove, this amendment is an authorization to use military force given to President Biden to take out the Chinese assets in Cuba. Part of China's leveraged buyout of Russia has been them taking control of Russian property and Russian assets in Cuba and then vastly improving those. So, whereas we didn't really care too much about the Russians having 1960s technology 90 miles south of Florida, we are increasingly concerned and should be a lot more concerned that China right now is functionally turning Cuba into a stationary aircraft carrier right off the coast of Florida. And so I do not offer this authorization to use military force as in any way an effort to spark or provoke war. I loathe war. I stand against war. I try to wind them down when we can. But in this case, I believe giving the president the authority to take out these Chinese assets in Cuba might be the very thing necessary to prevent war, to deter the Chinese from putting this in. And it is amazing to me how much we have allowed the Monroe Doctrine to just atrophy right out from underneath us. We would never have allowed these types of encroachments by China into Latin America, into the Bahamas, the Caribbean, Cuba, if we really cared about the Monroe Doctrine. So while the Foreign Affairs Committee has unfortunately asserted equities here, and I'll have to withdraw the amendment, I do think we need to have a very serious conversation about what these Chinese buildups in Cuba mean, and we cannot view them through the same lens that we viewed Russia's participation in Cuba's military enterprise. I thank the chairman. I withdraw the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman withdraws. We will now consider log number 3472 by Mr. Garamendi of California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of us are concerned, I believe, about waste, fraud, and abuse. The contracting systems that are available to the military have a big fat hole in them. If it is a contract that is single, that is no competition, or in which there is a cost-plus contract, the ability of the government, the department, to obtain cost information from the contractor is not available. This amendment simply makes it the law that a contract that is without competition, sole source, or one that is a cost plus, the department can and receive from the contractor specific information on the costs that go into that system. That's it. It's the only, we need this to be able to know that we're getting a good, fair deal on these two types of contracts. I cannot understand why anybody would be opposed to this, but that's a possibility. If so, I'd be happy to debate it with them. With that, I yield back.
Okay, any discussion on the gentleman's amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many is in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log number 3461R2 by Mr. Golden. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair will recognize the gentleman for purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chair, last year, Congress, led by this committee, funded the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative at $800 million. In its current form, this bill would reduce that initiative by $500 million. This amendment restores funding to its current level. Among the military components provided in this initiative are Javelin anti-armor systems, Stinger anti-aircraft systems, Patriot air defense capabilities, optics and small arms, ammunition, and body armor. Many of my colleagues on this committee have joined me to call on President Biden to give Ukraine offensive capabilities, from ATACMS to F-16s. In a bipartisan way, we've called on the President to do more, not less. As we speak, the Ukrainian military is in the midst of a bloody counteroffensive. This is a war unlike any the world has seen in a long time. The Ukrainian people have suffered 9,000 civilian deaths, and on the battlefield, 18,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died. I've heard some explanations for opposition to the amendment, namely that funding for the program can be right-sized in a supplemental bill for Ukraine assistance. I'm concerned about the prospects for that, since 2 weeks ago, Speaker McCarthy stated publicly that a supplemental spending package for Ukraine is, quote, not going anywhere. Mr. Chair, I could make a high-minded moral argument why we should not reduce assistance to Ukraine, but I'll focus instead on some realpolitik. In 2017, at a time that American troops were fighting and dying in Afghanistan, Russia was arming the Taliban. The entire intelligence community is on the record that President Putin has authorized and the Russian government conducted influence operations against the American people to undermine public confidence in the electoral process and to sow political divisions in the United States. Russia has attacked our democracy and seeks to turn us against each other. Under the leadership of Putin, Russia is not our friend, it is our enemy. The return on investment for America's national security is straightforward. Putin is an enemy of the United States, and Russia's military has suffered roughly 200,000 battlefield casualties in Ukraine. Now is not the time to lay off our commitment
Gentleman,
to
time's
Ukraine.
expired.
Mr. Chair, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes himself. I'm a supporter of the U.S. aid to Ukraine, but I won't do so at the expense of our U.S. readiness. The Golden Amendment robs just about every O&M account in existence to pay for his $500 million amendment. Gutting operations and maintenance accounts will dramatically impact our ability to deploy quickly. Ironically, gutting these accounts will actually make it harder for the U.S. Aid to Ukraine in support of European allies. This amendment takes from the Aegis missile defense, impacting the important work done in New Jersey and New York. It also cuts funding for important cyber warfare work being done by DARPA and to help us stay ahead of the CCP. If folks are looking for ways to help Ukraine, they might consider forcing the administration to send excess U.S. cluster munitions to Ukraine. That's one I could support. With that, I yield back. Is there any further discussion? Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I share your sentiment in terms of keeping us out of the war in Ukraine and keeping our troops out of the war in Ukraine is best done by providing the beans and bullets and letting the Ukrainians do the fighting for their freedom. So I certainly support that sentiment, but I've also been loud and clear that our European allies, particularly France and Germany, have not stepped up. And I see no intent to step up, at least to match what the United States is providing. My issue, and I agree in opposing this amendment, is once again, whether it's Congress or whether it's the Pentagon, the operations and maintenance accounts are always the bill payer. And in this case, we have Army operations and maintenance, Navy operation and maintenance, research, development, and testing defense-wide, as you mentioned, for network-centric warfare, Space Force operations and maintenance, defense-wide O&M. We cannot continue to rob, whether it's for more Joint Strike Fighters, whether it's for Ukraine, we cannot continue to rob our existing systems and our existing military of what they need when our aviation fleet is unacceptably low in terms of its readiness, whether the Army's unacceptably low, whether our cyber force is unacceptably low. So we spend all of this time investing into these systems, buying the newest system, and then we rob it of the maintenance it needs, and we end up having to retire it years early because they literally die on the vine. So I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do so.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of my colleague's amendment to increase the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. Although funding for Ukraine is being questioned by some, the USAI is needed now more than ever. It's aid that will allow us to continue to advise, train, and supply weapons and munition to a nation that has shocked the Russian military and continued to impress the world as it defends its democracy. We are seeing now with Ukraine's progress during its counteroffensive that's well into its third week, but there's a long way to go and many more challenges ahead. Clearly, They're focusing right now on identifying weaknesses in the Russian line, but there has been losses of Ukrainian armor and personnel. And aviation right now is playing a huge role at more than any other time during this war, with Russian attack helicopters and drones having a significant effect. We saw it on Tuesday of this week as Russia launched dozens of Iranian drones across Kiev, with Ukraine shooting down 32 of the 35 drones. That's a statistic that proves that our continued support is necessary for the defense of Ukraine. Now, the U.S. and our allies have delivered weapons of even greater quantity and sophistication to help Ukraine defend itself. And because of that, Ukraine today has one of the largest armies in Europe. And while it's not trained to the standard of NATO, Ukraine's military only has to be better than the Russian army to get the upper hand. Additionally, through our support, we may be at a stage where we can ensure that Russia loses both the military capacity and the inclination to launch another war of aggression. That means that if the threat from Russia is to be substantially reduced, it would allow more resources to be directed towards deterring China. It's clear that our support has allowed Ukraine to defend itself, and the enhanced guarantees of the USAI could hasten the end of the war by undermining Mr. Putin's dream of winning a drawn-out conflict. So I support this amendment because if we continue to support it for Ukraine, we will support the future security order in Europe and in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Ranking members recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really want to focus on this debate. I realize it's late and we've been debating other issues for a long time, but I think this is very important. And I know there are members of the committee who don't support our military engagement in Ukraine. Not many, but there are some. But for those of you who do, which is the overwhelming majority of members of this committee, please understand how important this is. We are cutting the USAI assistance to Ukraine from $800 million that it was last year down to $300 million in this bill. That is a significant cut at a time when, as has been described, Ukraine is engaged in an incredibly important counteroffensive and needs our support. Again, if you don't support the war, we can have that argument another time, but I know on this committee pretty much everyone does. So to not give this money, to not get to this $800 million level sends a terrible message at this point in the war. And I take the point about the offset. It is, I think, it's a little bit of an overstatement to say it guts. It's $500 million spread out over multiple different places. I will not deny that that's not a positive for readiness. But taking that small amount of money from a variety of different readiness accounts is not going to destroy them. And this, the war that's being fought in Ukraine, is right now. It is an emergent and important situation. And if you want Ukraine to be successful in that conflict, then this is your opportunity on this committee to stand up and say that you want them to be successful by giving them the money to help them get there. I think the $500 million can be taken from other accounts without any significant pain, while recognizing the emergency that we're in right now of helping Ukraine win this fight. So I hope members will seriously consider this amendment, understand how important it is. And again, if you support Ukraine, you should vote for this amendment, period. And I hope members will do that.
We now recognize Congressman Fallon of Texas.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. I just want to make one additional point, and I hope everyone pays attention and hears this. The President's budget request was for $300 million. We're marking to $300 million. I think the President wants Ukraine to be successful, and this is what he requested. So to go above that, to this $500 million that I think in the ranking member's view is kind of no big deal, that's always the tactic. You salami slice it, you take it from everybody's just a little bit, but that all adds up over time, and it happens internally to the services, it happens internally to the Pentagon, it happens internally to this committee for whatever the issue of the day is. But one more time, while I still have time, this was the President's budget request that we are marking to at $300 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, sometimes it's okay to disagree with the president of your own party. Sometimes it's just okay. And I'm going to be supporting Representative Golden's amendment. There's a counteroffensive going on. The best way to present American men and women in the front lines in the war of Ukraine is to help them. This is not the time to take the foot off the gas. It sends a terrible message. I think enough has been said, but I'm going to be supportive of Mr. Golden's amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Turner.
Mr. Waltz said what I was going to say. This is the president's budget level. I mean, certainly everyone would say the president supports Ukraine, but I just wanted to comment on the last statement. We do not have any men and women on the front lines in Ukraine. I know that you were just misspeaking. Okay. I just want to make certain, because over here we heard it that way. I just want to make certain that that doesn't, that there is no one fighting from the United States in Ukraine. Thanks.
Mr. Moulton is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to recognize Mr. Waltz's concern. I think it's a legitimate concern. It's something that we should take seriously. But at the end of the day, there are trade-offs that we have to make sure that we achieve our strategic goals as a country. One of our most important strategic goals right now is to prevent a war with China. And we've heard numerous experts from DOD, general officers, and Taiwanese officials themselves emphasize to us how critical it is for Ukraine to succeed and send the message to Xi Jinping that he is not going to succeed in a similar adventure as the war criminal Vladimir Putin. So now is the time to reinforce that effort. And I agree with the ranking member when he said, if you support Ukraine, now is the time to take this vote on this amendment. So it is not without trade-offs, and Mr. Walsh's concerns are valid. But at the end of the day, this is the right thing to do for the troops, it's the right thing to do for Ukraine, and most importantly, it's the right thing to do for the future of our national security. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as a supporter of the people of Ukraine, a great admirer of President Vladimir Zelensky, I support funding in every way that we can. But not by changing what we have today, the $300 million that's already being proposed, but in fact, with the overestimation of the costs of material that's already been provided to Ukraine of $3.6 billion, I would hope that the Pentagon would be reprogramming those funds for the benefit of the people of Ukraine, because I believe that we are in a worldwide conflict between authoritarians, war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, the regime in Tehran, and we need to stand together as we oppose authoritarians and promoting those who promote rule of law by democracy. And so I'm really hopeful that with the additional $3.6 billion that has already been authorized, that this could be much better than an additional $500 million. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Garamendi.
I think I started this day saying we ought to protect the O&M accounts. And I did. I made a very strong plea for that. I think all of you remember that terrific opening remark I made for the Readiness Subcommittee. Well, after all these hours, I sort of changed my mind here. The fact is that we have what is known as a perception issue before us, as articulated by Ranking Member Smith. The perception is that this committee will vote to reduce by $500 million support for Ukraine. I don't think we want to do that. I certainly don't think we should do that. The issue of where the money comes from is always before this committee. There's some 820 or maybe 30 or 50 billion dollars here. And in the floor, I would suggest that we do two things. First of all, reaffirm our support for Ukraine and this modest $500 million and any other matter in the bill that shows our support for Ukraine for the arguments that have been made here, and then modify the amendment and modify this particular point of where the money comes from and find it somewhere else. I'll certainly work with Mr. Walsh on that. He and I have pledged to forever support, defend, and otherwise don't allow anybody to rip off the O&M account, except I think we can find the money elsewhere, support the O&M accounts, and also signal our very, very strong support. And at the end of this night, let the world know that this committee is continuing to support Ukraine, even over a matter
Gentleman's
of
time's expired.
$500,000.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Golden. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed. Okay. Without objection, the chair requests that the committee reconsider log 3472 offered by Mr. Garamendi. It is subject of a point of order. Chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of withdrawing his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, victory is so scarce and so fleeting. God, I had it for 20 minutes. Apparently, the Oversight Committee thinks that something to do so important and such a major part of the Defense Department is their domain. This amendment, which we adopted and now we will unadopt, is within the Department of Defense. It says how we are going to control our contracts, how we are going to audit our contracts, and the kind of information we should get from our contractors. Now, what in the world the Oversight Committee has decided that somehow we should not have authority to write this law is beyond my understanding. Nevertheless, they have refused to waive their jurisdiction, whatever that might be. So, it hurts. But I am forced to withdraw or ask for a withdrawal.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment, and I'd like the record to reflect that I voted with the gentleman when his amendment passed it.
So who's the chairman of that committee? Let's go
It
talk
wasn't
to him.
this chairman that was the problem. And remember that over the next week that we're flying all over the world together. All right, we will now
Friendship
consider
and peace.
log number 2654 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. For what purposes, gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, reading the amendments dispensed with, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment that would require the Department of Defense to study the issue and report on the feasibility of a naval blockade of fossil fuels into China. My amendment simply requires our military to look into what a potential blockade would look like and strategize how we could utilize strategic waterways to our advantage if there were to be a conflict. To be clear, I am in no way calling for war with China. However, failing to plan is planning to fail, and we must prepare for every contingency. China has become increasingly aggressive in the Indo-Pacific and even more hostile towards the United States and our allies. As any Chinese military effort would require extremely large amounts of energy to be consumed, one of the best ways to diminish China's war machine would be to starve it of the energy it needs. Therefore, it stands to reason that the department should evaluate its capability to do exactly that in the event of a conflict. The answer may be good, it may be bad, but at least we know where we stand before it's too late. But what my amendment, once again, does not do is does not call for war. It does not urge aggression or call for hostility in any shape, form, or fashion. It merely urges preparedness, informs decision-making, and requires adequate planning by DOD's senior leadership. This committee has already held hearings entitled "The Pressing Threat of Chinese Communist Party to the U.S. National Defense." We are about to authorize B-21, Sentinel missiles, F-35s, and a host of other platforms that are designed specifically to deter China, many of which have been supported by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as well as myself. If we fail to take necessary planning measures and American lives are lost in the future, that is going to be on us for not preparing for a documented growing threat. For those reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this amendment. This is a deeply troubling thing to be talking about. First of all, let's be 100% clear that this type of naval blockade is pretty much universally an act of war. So if we don't want war with China, we probably shouldn't be openly and publicly talking about how we wish to engage in that war. Certainly, the military has to plan for things, but to have a public debate like this, I think, is really concerning. I don't think anyone in this committee wants to go to war with China. I think we would also agree that there's a very fine line between deterrence and provocation. I am in favor of robust deterrence, but openly discussing the need to block China's access to fuel is an act of war, is troubling, and certainly is not going to be well perceived. You know, we're trying to get to the point where we can both deter China's aggression, compete with them effectively, and in this last point, which I think is crucial, and peacefully coexist with them. We cannot afford to go to war with China. They can't afford to go to war with us. We have to find some way to navigate through those difficult issues. And talking openly and publicly about blockading their fuel supply is just a step too far. I hope we will oppose this amendment and take a more common sense approach to our relationship with China. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Representative Jackson's amendment that would require the Department of Defense to study and issue a report on the feasibility of a naval blockade of fossil fuels into China. China has made it quite clear from their growing acts of aggression that they may invade Taiwan by 2027, even as early as 2025. As we work to ensure we have military capabilities in place to deter China, we must think about this in a thorough, multifaceted approach, which should include energy and what our contingency plans would look like. In the event of an armed conflict with China, the U.S. should focus on how we can cut off China's energy supply lines. I don't think at all that this amendment is provocative. It is strategically important. We are simply asking for a report. We need to get out of the mindset of hesitancy and reactionary responses of what China might do. We got to cut the fear. Quit being fearful of China. We should be leading with strength and plan these types of strategies to make China think twice before moving on Taiwan. And for those reasons and many more, I support my good friends from Texas, his amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, now recognize Mr. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, look, first and foremost, we have to continue to reiterate that conflict is not inevitable, and that when we talk about these types of issues, yes, we can be talking about different types of contingency planning. Yes, our military leaders can be thinking about that, but we don't need to waste their time in terms of pulling together a document for every single possible scenario that comes down the road. We have opportunities, especially in classified settings, to have conversations about this. In particular, this amendment calls for an unclassified form, for this document to be done in an unclassified form, which I think is A, impossible given the topic, but B, also would be irresponsible in terms of laying out something of this nature that would discuss, as in the amendment stated, military requirements, locations of actions, things of that nature, which again, I think would be certainly not something we would want to have in any type of public or unclassified setting. So for that alone, I think that this is the wrong form and an amendment that I cannot support. With that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I want to point out the hypocrisy here. You know, this actual amendment is not really that different than one that I was willing to support, which is a tabletop exercise that Representative Panetta was going to put forward, which actually allows us to look at various scenarios and how we would actually combat the effects of China. Look, we keep saying that we're not in war, and it's because we keep talking about the ideas of kinetics. We need to start realizing that over the last 20 years, we have been engaged in a resource and economic and cyber-based warfare with China, where they've continued to advance the Belt and Road Initiative, where they've continued to advance their Eurasian expansion, to domination of Africa, the takeover of Oceania, which is actually in an attempt to cut off Western Hemisphere supply chain whenever they actually go for their launch, and they have actually conducted blockades in that area. We know this. They did it after Speaker Pelosi was there, and they've done it as of recent. So the idea that we're not going to at least start looking at these types of strategies and tabletop exercise and reports so that we can understand the best way to approach an adversary, and they are an adversary, not a competitor, is beyond ridiculous to me. As someone who actually has conducted military strategy, I can tell you right now that it is actually necessary to prepare for these types of things and not to be reactionary. That's why we're in the position we are, because weakness invites aggression. So I actually support heavily my colleague, Congressman Jackson, And would like to just go into the effects of saying that we can talk about warfare, but warfare is not just kinetic. Think about the non-kinetic influence, think about cyber, think about what we're looking at, and let's start taking a real approach to combating them before we end up being the ones that are the victims. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. Moulton.
You know, there's a narrative out there that there are people in the United States, including members of Congress, who are trying to egg on a war with China, who want a war with China. That narrative has, sometimes, in some cases, been perpetuated by members of my party. I don't believe that any of us, serious, certainly serious members of this Armed Services Committee, want a war with China. I think we have different visions of how to prevent that war, how to deter it, how to convince China that if they start a war, they will lose, and it's bad for everyone. So really, this debate here is just about how we best pursue deterrence. Now, look, my colleagues, Mr. Mills, I think your view is the same, and your comments are well-intentioned. But frankly, you should spend more time with our military planners in DOD who are looking at all these options. And they're doing so in a smart and strategic way. The idea that by not supporting this amendment means that we are not exploring this option, that we don't have plans for how we would pursue these types of deterrent activities, I think is really ill-informed. Really, the question is just whether we should do this very publicly, by having this public debate and putting it in the bill that mandates DOD do this, or whether this is something that is better handled behind the scenes. One thing we saw with Vladimir Putin when he started his illegal war in Ukraine, with all the same ambitions that Xi Jinping has expressed with China, is he worked for months to come up with an excuse to start the war. For months. It was brilliant of the administration to telegraph that to the world by disclosing the intelligence of the plans he intended to carry out. Let's not give Xi Jinping an excuse. I yield back.
Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, General Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate Ronnie's intent here and some of the comments that were made. I agree with a lot of it, but I would just suggest, and something I also heard Mr. Moulton just say, I think the military is already doing this. And secret vaults, I think all we have to have is the chairman and the ranking member request it. We get a briefing in a month or so and a vault. I think this work's been done. I yield.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all need to be very clear. People have said it before, but let's be clear. A naval blockade is an act of war. And yes, DOD's job is to plan for all sorts of things that we hopefully never have to do. I'm sure they have this plan. But specifically asking for a study of an act of war is provocative, it's escalatory, and it's counter to our national security goals. I have a background in conflict management. I've spent my career working on it around the world. Conflict with China is not inevitable, and it's our job in this committee to make it as unlikely as possible. I also think it's important to note that a blockade of this kind would have a significant impact on China's ability to feed their population. And just last year, Congress, on a bipartisan basis, overwhelmingly passed my resolution condemning using hunger as a weapon of war. In fact, that is the very thing we have been condemning Russia for doing in Ukraine. We are not going to win competition by stooping to the lowest levels. Our strength comes from our ability to build international coalitions, which starts with living up to our values. Imagine what our allies and partners around the world would think about this study. Imagine what it would mean for them to be able to take our side in the international community. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, or my opponents too. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly take my colleagues, Representative Bacon and certainly Representative Moulton as the ranking member of Strategic Forces, their comments very seriously. I think, particularly those that are dealing with national security space, we know that we have all kinds of capabilities that are highly classified and that probably shouldn't be so classified, probably should be in the open, because deterrence only works when our adversaries know the consequences and know our full capabilities. And at a time when the Chinese Communist Party is actively practicing and rehearsing a blockade of Taiwan, which would affect 90% of the world's largest shipping, 40% of global container shipping, I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to also know publicly our capabilities to also affect their economy. And I think what I find disturbing, the ranking member finds things disturbing, I find things disturbing as well, is a fundamental misunderstanding of deterrence. Representative Gallego and I were in Ukraine the months before the war, and at that time, stingers were too provocative. Harpoons were too escalatory. We had to pull our training out because we didn't want to give Putin an excuse. And we all know now historically that approach is exactly what invited Putin to make the horrific move that he did. So I think if any lessons that we learned from Ukraine is we need to make very clear when it comes to Taiwan what the consequences of the Chinese Communist Party will be. Certainty leads to deterrence. Consequences leads to deterrence. And for those reasons, I think making those consequences very public is exactly what we should do, and I support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the ranking member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I do think this is an important debate and has been discussed with reasonable arguments on both sides. But it is very troubling to be doing this in a public forum, and it's a different thing when the Department of Defense is preparing plans, contingencies, many different areas, and when the elected body like us says publicly, we want you to do this. I guarantee you, if China issued a plan tomorrow for how they would blockade the United States, we would consider that escalatory, without a shadow of a doubt. And this isn't really deterrence. This is an attack. This is an act of war. I'm very much in favor of sending weapons to Taiwan to give them the ability to deter. But to be discussing an act of war within an elected body and approving it and putting it into the defense bill is a very provocative thing to do. And the only other point that I want to make is I hear this over and over and over and over again, and it's one of the biggest ways that we stumble into wars that we shouldn't stumble into, is this notion that weakness invites aggression. The other thing that invites aggression is aggression, okay? And I just hope we're like vaguely aware of that. That the way to, yeah, and I'm with you. We got to have a strong deterrent. I just don't want everyone thinking as long as we go around punching everybody in the face, that means that we're never going to be at war. I just want to have the idea there's a little bit of balance here. Because if weakness invites aggression, then both sides are going to be trying to be stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger until they're, well, killing each other. So it has to be a little bit more than just weakness invites aggression. Have a strong deterrence, but understand that aggression also invites aggression. And again, war with China is not inevitable. War with China would, in fact, be catastrophic. I hope that our goal here is to find some way to peacefully coexist on the planet with China, admitting that that will not be easy. I don't think this amendment moves us in the right direction.
Mr. Jimenez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think you do deter war through strength, and the whole game is actually not to throw the punch. Is that you're so strong that you never have to throw that punch, and that the other side knows that you're just as strong or stronger than they are. They never throw that punch, and so I have no problem in publicly stating to China, yeah, if something comes to blows, yeah, we're gonna blockade you, all right, and you may have the same plans for us. You're going to blockade us. And so that it's going to cost you more than what you think to take those aggressive steps. And, we're not going to provoke China into anything. China's going to do what it wants. When they calculate that they can win, and it is one of Xi Jinping's legacy builders is really the reunification in his eyes of China, then I believe that they're going to do it, okay? And our job is to make sure that it never gets to that point, that they look across and they look at us and they say, you know what, we can't win this, or the cost to us is going to be so great that we're going to come out, damaged. And so I have no problem with saying publicly that, yeah, we're going to look at all kinds of plans of what it is we're going to do if that conflict arises. And frankly, if China somehow doesn't think that our military is already planning this, really? That's provocative? Really? I mean, come on. Like we're not thinking that they're thinking about the things they're going to do to us if we come to a conflict? That's provocative? No, not really. But what does time and time again has been proven throughout history averts war is strength and strength alone. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We have so far had 10 members speak on this amendment. I have 6 more in the queue. Just because everybody hadn't said it doesn't mean it hadn't been said already. So, we can whoop this along pretty quick. Not everybody has to use their whole 10 minutes. Ms. Slotkin is recognized.
Just very quickly, I think, look, the Pentagon does this, the military does this. They do regular wargaming, that's their job, and anyone who's served inside the Pentagon knows that. So it's going on. I think the best way to deter China from invading Taiwan or doing aggressive military action is to demonstrate in real time that we support Ukraine, that in the real world, not theoretical, not in the future, not on paper, not at TTX, but when the chips are down, we support our allies and partners when they're invaded. So to vote against maintaining last year's levels of Ukrainian assistance, but say we need a TTX, feels a little hollow. If you want to demonstrate to China that we're serious in the middle of a war that the Ukrainians are fighting, support the Ukrainians. I yield back, sorry.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Kiggins is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to Mr. Mills.
Thank you so much, Ms. Keegans. Look, I want to talk about this thing that the ranking member keeps talking about with public forum. Let's talk about public forum, because how we look on the world stage really determines a lot. And as we know, we didn't look too strong when it came to the botched Afghan withdrawal. And I also would note that, as I talked about with the Belt and Road Initiative, the other thing that we know is that China has been very overt about the Russia, China, Iran, North Korea geopolitical alignment. They're so overt, in fact, that they're utilizing that marriage of convenience with Russia to utilize the Chavez in Venezuela, to talk about the expansion of Petro in Colombia, to use economic coercion in Honduras and Panama to undermine U.S. security cooperation so they can take over the tariffs, trades, and accessibility to the Panama Canal, and now building a spy and military training and joint operation in Cuba. As a member of the Florida delegation, I can tell you, with it being 90-plus miles off our coast, this is very alarming. Not to mention the fact that, one of my colleagues, Sarah Jacobs, talked about food security. We already know that we have China buying up farmlands across America at a record rate. We know that they're buying $6 and $7 billion in lands around military installations. We know that they're trying to utilize things like Huawei and others to basically pry and spy and the billions of dollars intellectual property. And this is well known across the world. The idea that we're not going to be vocal about tabletop exercises and an awareness, the fact that they use the Indian Ocean for 70%, or that we have a Quad agreement or a trilateral agreement that has existed and is beneficial to try and thwart these types of efforts, it's just so asinine to me. So talking about public forum, talking about peace through strength, talking about demonstrations of how we would thwart these efforts, that's how we thwart China, and that's how we remain strong. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman, Mr. Moylan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to my colleague, Mr. Jackson.
I'll be brief. I just want to reiterate, and this got off track a while ago. Nobody's advocating for a blockade. Nobody's talking about deploying ships. We're talking about a study and a report. And if they want to deliver the report in a classified fashion when it's done, that's fine with me. I think that and you can make the argument. The argument's been made that we don't need to worry about that. This is being done. I have no confidence that this is being done. I assume it probably is, and I hope that it is. But after the debacle in Afghanistan, I don't know what kind of planning is going on and what's not going on. But what I will say is that, just like Mr. Waltz had mentioned, I don't think it's a bad idea for the Chinese to know that we're thinking about this, that we're talking about this. We do war games, like it's been mentioned, all the time. We do all kinds of stuff to deter. And to Mr. Smith's comments, I understand, that that sometimes the aggression can result in aggression, but I guarantee that the Chinese are a unique adversary. They're a unique potential enemy. They respect nothing but strength. And if we can't demonstrate strength, and if we can't let them know that we're willing to do whatever it takes to win a war, if they decide to do that, then we're going to lose the war. We're going to lose it before it starts. And we get briefs all the time from people that come in from the Pentagon, and they tell us all the time that our number one goal with regards to China is to do everything we can so that every day Xi Jinping gets up and he looks out and he goes, not today. Today's not the right day. There's too much at risk today. That's to some extent what this does. We have to be prepared. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Gallagher.
Just a quick clarification. Well, I guess I should say I'm not confident that the Pentagon is evaluating this scenario in depth, and I've been an advocate for inviting Congress into the wargaming process more openly. I could see the argument that while it does enhance deterrence that China knows our capabilities so long as they actually exist, and we've actually planted hard power in Xi Jinping's path, that they don't need to know the precise way in which we would use those capabilities. But I believe I heard Mr. Jackson say, given that the last portion of your amendment says the report is required to be submitted in unclassified form, but may include a classified annex, if there were any need in the report to shift the meat of it into a classified form, you would be okay with that? Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McClain.
Yield my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Ms. McClain. I agree with the ranking member. This is probably one of the most important debates we'll actually have today, and I agree with him as well that the critical point is really about a political body making this type of open statement. Regardless if the report comes back classified or unclassified, it's a political body, this body, making that statement. What message does that send to the Chinese, to our allies in the world? I would just point out two things. One, the Select Committee, chaired by Representative Gallagher, in a bipartisan fashion, is having open discussions of war games and the consequences and what those would look like. And I think that's incredibly important for the American people to see and to understand. And number two, we also know that part of the CCP's deterrence strategy, regardless of our military capabilities, is that we can't get our act together politically in a bipartisan fashion when the store shelves are empty, when our supply chains are disrupted, and when our grids through cyber or other means could be taken down. So I want them to see this body come together, that we will take drastic consequences, that they will feel pain within their own economy, and that, my friends, is how deterrence happens and how we prevent this war. So we do need to come together, and we do need to make an open statement from our political body to make the CCP understand this should never happen. And with that, I yield my time.
Mr. Caldwell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll yield my time to Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, my friend from California. I think we are having a fundamental misunderstanding of deterrence. Part of what has made us strong in Ukraine is that we were able to build an incredible international coalition of our partners and allies in Europe and also all over the world. And that was possible in part because it was very, very clear that it was the Russians who provoked this war. If we had done some of the things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are suggesting we had done, there's a very good chance that our partners and allies, again, in Europe and around the world, would not have thought that it was purely the Russians provoking this war. So it doesn't matter what we think is provocative. It doesn't even necessarily matter what Xi or Putin thinks is provocative. Our power comes from our ability to build international coalitions. And so publicly saying that Congress would like a study on a blockade, an active war that could result in crimes of aggression because of this hunger issue, goes against that very thing that makes us stronger than China, our ability to bring everyone else along. I'm the ranking member on the Africa Subcommittee in the Foreign Affairs Committee. I spend a lot of time talking to our partners in Africa. I'm sure my colleagues who spend time talking to our partners in ASEAN or other places can tell you the same thing. The more it seems like we are the ones provoking, the less it is sure that we will have the international coalition we need to be successful. That is what we are talking about. That international coalition is the key to our deterrence and the key to our national security, and we need to be taking that more seriously than we do on this committee. Thank you. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I know what I'm not going to do if China invades Taiwan. Call a conflict resolution expert. What we need, when you're talking about deterrence, deterrence failed in Ukraine. There are hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers in Ukraine. And like them, leave them, or love them, for the 4 years that Donald Trump was in office, Vladimir Putin didn't do anything. So deterrents sometimes do work and sometimes they fail. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? There's no further debate. Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Jackson. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. Appearing the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed. We will now consider log number 3666 by Mr. Lamburn of Colorado. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman to explain his amendment.
This amendment would strike subsection A of section 2842 of the Chairman's Mark to the National Defense Authorization Act. My understanding is that this section was provided by an appropriator. This illustrates the rule why appropriation bills should not legislate. Subsection A would prohibit any funding for construction or modifications of U.S. Space Command at either its provisional or final headquarters starting on October 1st of this year if the report required by the rest of this section has not been submitted. And by the way, I don't have any problem with the rest of the section, including the requirement for a report. But I do have a real problem with subsection A. It's seriously flawed, and I believe it harms our national security. It freezes funding for any U.S. Space Command construction projects, no matter how necessary. Should this become law, this provision would prohibit even minor improvements necessary for national security, including adding classified spaces for mission planning, shielding computers and other critical electronics from magnetic pulses, and even routine cybersecurity infrastructure upgrades. Now, I share the frustrations of my colleagues from Alabama with the drawn-out and fundamentally flawed basing process the Air Force has followed. I share their desire that this decision be made soon so that our communities can have resolution. But I disagree that operations at U.S. Space Command could be allowed to be interrupted. So I'm only asking that subsection A be removed and the rest of it stay in force to keep the pressure on the Air Force to make a decision quickly. I can't think of another time when we've penalized a combatant command for not submitting a report. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes himself. There's nobody that knows the threats that we face in national security space more than me, and that's why I'm so enraged by this pointless, ridiculous amendment. Let me restate the facts that we've got. There was a competition, and by the way, the appropriators didn't put this language in. They copied our language. It's in the chairman's mark. There was a competition 2 years ago for Space Command. After that first competition, there were some objections by some states, so there was another competition. That was completed 18 months ago. There was then complaints by the Colorado delegation because they came in fifth, Alabama came in first, that there had to be political shenanigans by the previous administration. So this administration, GAO and Inspector General, reviewed it. They completed that a year ago, stating there was no political manipulation. Alabama won it fair and square. Colorado came in fifth. The Secretary of the Air Force has yet to make an announcement on a decision of where the permanent headquarters will be. All the language in the chairman's mark says is make a decision. And if you don't make a decision, we're going to stop you from spending any more money on temporary headquarters. And by the way, we're taking half your travel budget. It does not say what decision to make. And let me reference one of our former colleagues, Jason Crow, from this committee, in a Politico article entitled Alabama Lawmakers Turn Up the Heat on Air Force Escalating Space Command. It's by Conor O'Brien, who's with us today. And I want to cite the specific language from that article. Not every Colorado lawmaker sees Alabama legislative strong-arming as a threat to their state-keeping Space Command. Representative Jason Crow, a Democrat, argued that nudging the Air Force to make a call is warranted and expressed confidence that Colorado would come on top. All I want them to do is make a decision. I'm not telling them how. Make a decision. And this guy is wanting to delay it. I urge you to vote no on the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
I just want to I completely agree with the chairman on this. It is ridiculous that it has taken this long. He laid out the facts exactly right. You wanted to study the previous decision. You did, and that was a year ago. A year ago that the GAO, and I always forget the other set of initials, came back and said there was nothing untoward about it. This decision needs to be made. And what the chairman is referencing is, as they're stumbling along here, they're spending money on building up a potential space command in Colorado without making the actual decision. I believe that with this type of forcing mechanism, we will finally push the Air Force to make a decision. And I don't care where they put it. I really don't. Just make a decision. And it has been too long. It has been a great failure of the Department of Defense to not address this issue to date. I mean, we should have this decision tomorrow. Well, we should have had it a long time ago. This, chairman's mark, is a good way of forcing that. The amendment takes the teeth out of it. I urge all members to oppose it.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Chairman Rogers, I'm sure I'm sounding somewhat redundant, but the Space Command basing decision is important not only to my district, but also to the readiness and security of our nation. So I'll continue to lay out the facts. In this process that goes back to 2018, Redstone Arsenal is the best location to permanently house Space Command, as announced by the Air Force on January the 13th, 2021, following a year-long, thorough 21-category basing process. In the first phase of the basing process, Redstone Arsenal ranked number 1. In the second phase of the basing process, Redstone Arsenal ranked number 1. In the first phase of the basing process, Peterson Air Force Base ranked number 4. In the second phase of the basing process, Peterson Air Force Base ranked number 5. The DOD, Inspector General, and the GAO both opened investigations into the Air Force's basing process and found no violation to justify reversing the Air Force's decision. The final reports from both these investigations were released 1 year ago. I understand that my colleague is advocating on behalf of his district, and I respect that. But I'm also advocating on behalf of our country's national security. Would you select the 5th most qualified to build the F-35 fighter jet? Would you buy the 5th best bulletproof vest for the U.S. warfighter? Section 2842 only limits funds for the military construction and the Air Force Secretary's travel 50% until the final decision on the headquarters is made. The Secretary said the decision would be made in 4 weeks, 3 weeks ago. I met with General Dickinson and Secretary Kendall. General Dickinson confirmed to us that the headquarters of the U.S. Space Command belongs at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Anything less was purely political. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and refuse to accept 4th or 5th best for our nation's warfighter.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually joined with my ranking member in asking for a no vote on this amendment. You know, this is really about forcing the Air Force to make a decision. It does not mandate a certain decision in favor or against any location. This amendment is another attempt to insert politics into the process and delay what is in our best national security. Both a GO report and Inspector General report confirm that the Air Force used a merit-based process in its decision to locate U.S. Space Command headquarters in Huntsville, Alabama. This conclusion was made under 2 separate administrations, Obama and Trump. Huntsville is the world's premier hub for space exploration and innovation, and I resoundingly support the 2021 decision to locate it there. As my colleagues have indicated, we've spoken to General Dickinson as well as Secretary Kendall about this issue, and neither of them disregarded the details of the very extensive assessment that was made and selected Huntsville. Let's be clear, Colorado was not ranked 2 in the reviews. It was not ranked 3 in the reviews. It was ranked 5th in the reviews. The facts are clear. Huntsville is the best permanent home for the Space Command headquarters. We stand by that. We from the Alabama delegation, this is bipartisan support. And I want you all to know that we must have a decision about this. This is about our national security. And who wants number 5 when you can have number 1? I yield back the best of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman recognized.
I can see the handwriting on the wall, and so I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment. I do want the report to come out as soon as possible, and I'm in favor of a decision as soon as possible.
Gentleman withdraws. The chair now will consider log number 2570R1 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is the civil office amendment we discussed earlier with the good suggestions from my friend Dr. Jackson, limiting the effect of the amendment to those on terminal leave. That's the amendment.
Mr. DeLizio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I won't rehash the arguments my colleagues had made expressing opposition here, which I mostly share. I want to raise a different point, and it's in relation to the UCMJ. As I understand it, someone who would be eligible to run for office would still be subject to the UCMJ's prohibitions about criticizing the president, Congress, governor, and others, and so be placed in a position where they could face court-martial for something that would otherwise be permissible speech in a campaign. And so I think if this path is one folks here want to go down, they ought to be considering changes or what ought to be happening with the UCMJ in connection here as well. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Just quickly in this, I think Mr. McCormick raised a very good point about what's different about the Guard and Reserve and how this works. The bright line in all of this is if you are under Title X jurisdiction, you cannot engage in political activity. So if you're in the Guard and Reserve, if you're just called up by the state, you're not under Title X federal control. But if you are called up to active duty under Title X, you are then prohibited from participating in political discussions. This is the first time, if we pass this, that we would be making an exception to that. And I think Mr. DeLuzio raises a good point about just how complicated this can get, and while we've always drawn that bright line. Even if you're terminal as in going to be moved out of the military, not terminal in other terms, you are under Title X. And if you are under Title X, you are supposed to obey the rules that are there. And one of those rules is you do not engage in political activity. So I want everyone to understand, this is an enormous change here. For the first time, we are changing that. Small little group, but it is not the same thing as being in the Guard and Reserve. Guard and Reserve, you're in and you're out. And when you're out, you're out. When you're in, you're covered by Title X, and there's a reason for that, whether it's the UCMJ or whatever else you may be doing. Your loyalty at that point is supposed to be focused on the U.S. military, not on whatever political objectives you may be pursuing. I just don't see the need to go messing around with something that's pretty fundamental for a very small niche group of people. So I would urge us not to do this and vote against the amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Mills of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to point out something. First off, our military isn't there to serve the U.S. military. They're there to serve the U.S. Constitution. But I also want to just talk about the idea of terminal leave. When we were getting ready to prepare for the Iraq invasion in 2003, I had just less than a year remaining in my time in the military. And as a result of that, I was not going to be viable for military deployments at Iraq. I had to actually go to our brigade commander at the time, who was Colonel Arnold Bray, and get a 6-month extension waiver in order to even have enough time to be qualified so that I could deploy to then be stop loss so that I could actually participate in that war. So the point is that it doesn't actually, in any way, if you are on terminal leave, and in most cases, if there's not a stop loss as a result of a deployment because you have less than 12 months in, you don't even have the ability to deploy. People, again, in the Reserve or the National Guard could be stood up and activated quicker than an individual on terminal leave. And I know this from my own personal experience. So again, I think that the modification and the amendment to Mr. Gates's bill makes complete sense. And again, I want to reiterate for the ranking member one more time. Our armed forces, their loyalty is not to the U.S. military. Their loyalty is to the U.S. Constitution and the American people. With that, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion? Gentleman, Mr. Guy, go from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Mills just said the loyalty is to the United States Constitution, and I agree with that. And this is why I'm very hesitant to do this, because it also starts calling into question in the minds of civilians what is the motivation of that person that's still in uniform and also running for office. Now, I think this is something that we could probably see happening in the future. But I don't understand why we have to suddenly move this fast to change a policy that has been around for quite a while. I don't see that this is an emergency. There's no sense of outside industry that I know of. If this is something that we really want to look at, maybe we should study it and then come back to it, because there's, in my opinion right now, I don't see what the emergency is. And if that's something that the sponsor would be interested in, I would actually join with them in that, because I don't see why we should overturn some very, very serious policy that has some real serious consequences for something that would probably only take into effect maybe in a couple months anyway, before there's filing deadlines for anyone that's actually interested in this. And so all I ask, if Representative Gates wants to work on this, I'll gladly work on this with him, because I don't see why we should be overturning some very serious policy in such an abrupt manner for something that I think could have very serious consequences to civilian-military relationship. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Ryan's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that I agree with very much of what my colleague Mr. Gallego said, I think given that it's 11:37 p.m., given that this is our second attempt on this, and given that this is a very serious decision with tremendous consequences that, I mean, most of us potentially haven't even had the ability to review the second version of this amendment. And while I appreciate the spirit of coming back to it, truly, from our colleagues, I think this is a very serious topic. So I'd ask everyone to consider, as Mr. Gallego suggested, that we take a breath and come back to this, and I would join in sitting at that table in a bipartisan way to address it, because I understand the spirit of what we're trying to get at here. The second point or question I would just ask is, what are we trying to solve here? What is the goal, again, and what is the urgency? Is there a particular individual or set of individuals that have raised this? There are many members here, myself included, who have transitioned successfully from military service, clearly separated, and are now here. So I would argue that, and the numbers have actually been going up, which I'm glad about and appreciative of on both sides. So I don't see what the problem is that we're trying to solve. And given the seriousness of it, as said, I'd ask that we vote no, but come back to the topic. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
I just hope that we can be consistent and avoid hypocrisy as best we can. And I heard a lot of our friends across the aisle talking about, and I agree, that the military should be unequivocally apolitical. And I was furious a few weeks ago when I read that a 3-star general active duty got very political and made a political speech. And just because you agree with that political speech, whether you agree with it or not, you should condemn it, and it shouldn't exist. And I hope if that 3-star general is sitting right in front of us in the coming weeks or months, that my friends across the aisle are consistent when the time comes. Because I struggle with this, but I want to be consistent, and I want to keep our military completely apolitical. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Any further discussion? There are no further debate. Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Appearing the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested. You don't want a recorded vote? The noes have it. All right. Next, we will consider log number 2905R1 by Mr. Courtney For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
The clerk has an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? Reading the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of recognizing his, for purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is in my opinion, very straightforward, very benign amendment, which basically calls on the Secretary of Defense to conduct a feasibility study to investigate ways that we can help Ukraine develop centers of excellence for treatment of traumatic brain injuries and traumatic extremity injuries. Again, in 2009, NDAA, this committee created Center of Excellence within the Pentagon to deal with these wounds of war, TBI, as well as extremity injuries. And again, because of sort of hard experience, this country actually developed some very sophisticated, helpful ways to treat these injuries for soldiers who served over in the Middle East and Iraq and Afghanistan. What this amendment says is that we should use this expertise to help our ally, Ukraine, in terms of developing its own centers of excellence, because they are suffering horrific injuries, 130,000 wounded based on the statistics up through the end of May. And I would just note that this amendment builds on an amendment that we passed in the last NDAA that was sponsored by my friend Mr. Scott, Austin Scott, that again talked about ways to start collaborating in terms of helping the Ukrainian defense healthcare system deal with these issues. This is, again, a follow-on to that to, again, specify that the Center of Excellence, which we know exists here in the U.S., to become engaged with their counterparts in Ukraine. And I would hope and expect members from both sides of the aisle to support this. We provide all kinds of assistance to our friends in Ukraine in terms of training and on equipment and operations, and certainly this would seem to be the least we could do in terms of trying to help people who are fighting for their country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I believe this is a very thoughtful amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure this amendment will pass, but I'm not voting for it, and here's why. We're funding Ukraine's government. We're funding their military. We're funding their pensions, and now we're building traumatic injury centers of excellence in Ukraine. It just feels like a bit much to me. I've got fatigue over the U.S. involvement in this conflict, and so I won't be supporting the amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Kiggins. I'm sorry. It's getting late. Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, think this is a very thoughtful amendment. Certainly in my own district, we gave money to one of our hospitals who was using battlefield medicine techniques as EMTs to better serve our area. I think this helps not only support Ukraine, our partner, who supports us in our efforts of democracy, but also helps to develop even better battlefield medicine and techniques that we can actually use in the civilian world. So I'll be supporting this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion? If there's no further debate, questions on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Courtney. So means in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Recorded votes requested. Recorded vote will be postponed. We now are going to consider log number 3251R1 by Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin. For what purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
In last year's NDAA, we directed the Secretary of State and Defense to establish or expand a comprehensive training program with Taiwan, as well as a multi-year plan for supporting Taiwan that included a series of combined training, exercises, and planning activities. Building on this language by promoting the expansion of combined training and exercises was also a key recommendation of the Select Committee on CCP in our bipartisan 10 for Taiwan report, and this language would exercise our oversight responsibilities by ensuring DOD is conducting joint training as Congress intended. More broadly, I want to take a minute to thank Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, along with their excellent staff, for helping me inject the important work of the Select Committee into this year's NDAA. Working in a bipartisan manner with my good friend and ranking member Raja Krishnamurthy over the past 6 months, the Select Committee has been examining the U.S. CCP competition in detail across a variety of domains, from security to economics to human rights. Recognizing the timing of the congressional calendar, much of our early work is focused on strengthening deterrence when it comes to Taiwan, with an eye towards moving the ball forward on specific pieces of legislation that could be eligible for inclusion in the NDAA. To this end, we undertook a multi-step process to understand the urgency of the threat and concrete actions we can take, including a visit with President Tsai, a war game in which members saw a crisis over Taiwan play out firsthand, a roundtable briefing from think tank experts delving into concrete recommendations, an in-depth briefing from senior military leaders, and ultimately our 10 for Taiwan report. A quick look at this NDAA and many of the amendments we are considering today will reflect many of the items covered in our 10 for Taiwan report, and otherwise that address the urgent imperative to put hard power in Xi Jinping's path before it's too late, including an independent assessment of our Pacific Deterrence Initiative, a partnership with Representative Houlihan on expanding U.S.-Taiwan cybersecurity collaboration, language supporting the vital role that unmanned systems plays, and a plan to integrate LRASM onto legacy aircraft fleets like B-52. So as we move on the House floor, I look forward to working with my colleagues. I want to highlight in closing the contributions of the Select Committee members who are also on HASC, Mr. Whitman, Jimenez, Kana, Kim, Cheryl, and if I've missed anyone else, I don't think so. Moulton, yes. Seth Moulton, of course, Seth Moulton.
Gentleman's time's expired.
My time has expired.
Chair would like to recognize the great commitment that the Select Committee on China, led by Chairman Gallagher and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, is providing this Congress. This is a very real concern that needs the attention this Select Committee is giving it, and I do believe that this mark addresses many of the concerns that the committee has already raised, but also that we'll be drawing more attention to as we go forward in the year. So know that we appreciate the work of that Select Committee. Is there any further discussion on the gentleman's amendment? Mr. Whitman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Chairman Gallagher and all the members of the Select Committee. An incredible amount of work went into this. It is a great example about how you take a Select Committee, come up with specific policy objectives, and get them applied in the committees of jurisdiction. This is a comprehensive effort to make that happen. It's great policy that's been vetted through folks on both sides of the aisle. It is worthy of our support, and I urge the members of the committee to support the amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin. As many as are in favor will say aye. 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 Opposed, no. Being the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. We now will consider en bloc package number 3. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 3, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. En bloc package number 3 is comprised of the following. Log number 2966R3 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 2653R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2944R2 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 2800R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2949R1 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 2626R2 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2975R3 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 3413R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2961R1 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 2977R3 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2799R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 3592 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 2945 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 3443R1 by Representative Banks. Log number 2802R2 by Representative Whitman. Log number 3362R3 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2943R2 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 3514 by Representative Garamendi. Log number 3600 by Representative Bergman. Log number 3126R1 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 2671R1 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 2839R3 by Representative Panetta. Log number 3535R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2677 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 3178 by Representative Turner. Log number 3070 by Representative Jacobs. Log number 3293R2 by Representative Kim. Log number 2797 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2769R1 by Representative Bacon. Log number 2647R1 by Representative Waltz. Log number 3102 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3252R1 by Representative Veazey. Log number 3230R6 by Representative Kim. Log number 3484R2 by Representative Luttrell. Log number 3541R1 by Representative Garamendi. Log number 3647 by Representative Carbajal. Log number 2579R by Representative Banks. Log number 3439R1 by Representative Bergman. Log number 3458R1 by Representative Sherrill. Log number 2592 by Representative Gates. Log number 3455R5 by Representative Kelly. Log number 3277R2 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 3267 by Representative Turner. Log number 3158R2 by Representative Turner. Log number 3409R1 by Representative Lamborn. Log number 3607R1 by Representative Moulton. Log number 2657R1 by Representative Jackson. Log number 3552R5 by Representative Bergman. Log number 3092R2 by Representative Golden. Log number 2624R3 by Representative Waltz. Log number 3569 by Representative Garamendi. Log number 3259R1 by Representative Gallagher. Log number 3500 by Representative Moulton. Log number 2756 by Representative DeLuzio. Log number 3196 by Representative Mace. Log number 3058R1 by Representative Waltz. Log number 2886R1 by Representative Scott. Log number 2871R2 by Representative Keating. Log number 2981 by Representative Jackson. Log number 3306 by Representative Mills. Log number 3047R4 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2924R1 by Representative Strickland. Log number 3346R2 by Representative Takuda. Log number 3631R1 by Representative Waltz. Log number 3280R1 by Representative Gallego. From Arizona. Log number 3340R2 by Representative Mills. Log number 3612R3 by Representative Escobar. Log number 2572 by Representative Banks. Log number 3398R2 by Representative Lamborn. Log number 2650 by Representative Banks. Log number 3496 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 3499R2 by Representative Kiggins. Log number 2728R1 by Representative Kim. Log number 2994R1 by Representative Golden. Log number 3066 by Representative Moulton. Log number 3516R4 by Representative Horsford. Log number 2906R3 by Representative LaLola. Log number 3627R4 by Representative Escobar. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Seeing none. If there's no further discussion, the question is on adoption of en bloc package number 3. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Okay, after this next en bloc, we're going to have a recorded vote, so if members are in their offices, they need to be urged to come on back. A recorded vote on this. The en bloc amendment is adopted. All right. Where's my little book? We will now consider en bloc package number 4. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 4, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. En bloc package number 4 is comprised of the following. Log number 3347R2 by Representative Dakuda. Log number 3002 by R1 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3024R3 by Representative Jacobs. Log number 2620R1 by Representative Gates. Log number 3100R2 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3191R2 by Representative Sherrill. Log number 2887R2 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 3007, R1 by Representative Jacobs. Log number 2738, R2 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 2709, R1 by Representative Finstead. Log number 2746, R3 by Delegate Moylan. Log number 3106, R2 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3466, R1 by Representative Waltz. Log number 3098 by Representative Garamendi. Log number 3104R by Representative Davis. Log number 2581R1 by Representative Desjardins. Log number 2926 by Representative Lalota. Log number 3048 by Representative Whitman. Log number 3338 by R1 by Representative Mills. Log number 3192R3 by Representative Norcross. Log number 2695R1 by Representative Ryan. Log number 2794R1 by Representative Bacon. Log number 3069R2 by Representative Horsford. Log number 3238R1 by Representative Fallon. Log number 3345R1 by Representative Mills. Log number 3241 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3526R2 by Representative Desjardins. Log number 3620R2 by Representative Escobar. Log number 3452 by Representative Horsford. Log number 2860 by Representative Bacon. Log number 2897 by Representative Stefanik. Log number 2928 by Representative Lalota. Log number 2952 by Representative Bacon. Log number 2985 R1 by Representative Carbajal. Log number 2616R4 by Representative Gates. Log number 3132R2 by Representative Slotkin. Log number 3039R2 by Representative Jacobs. Log number 2729R4 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 3124R2 by Representative Courtney. Log number 2841R1 by Representative Stefanik. Log number 3310R2 by Representative Mills. Log number 2875R1 by Representative Alford. Log number 3113R3 by Representative Escobar. Log number 3442R1 by Representative Escobar. Log number 2993R2 by Representative Gallego of Arizona. Log number 3231R1 by Representative Courtney. Log number 3242 by Representative Courtney. Log number 3377R2 by Representative Lamborn. Log number 3652 by Representative Finstead. Log number 3656 by Representative Davis. Log number 3402 by Representative Lamborn. Log number 3660R1 by Representative Gates. Log number 3663 by Representative Garamendi. Log number 3661 by Representative Davis. Log number 3644R1 by Representative Waltz. Log number 3457 by Representative McLean. Log number 3653R1 by Representative Luttrell. Log number 2617R3 by Representative Gates. Log number 3037R1 by Representative Jackson. Log number 3020R2 by Representative Jacobs. Log number 3533R4 by Representative Waltz. Log number 2940R1 by Representative Jackson. Log number 3504R3 by Representative Mace. Log number 3505R1 by Representative Banks. Log number 2689R1 by Representative Whitman. Log number 2879R2 by Representative Fallon. Log number 3255R2 by Representative Strong. Log number 3076R2 by Representative Jackson. Log number 2618R1 by Representative Gates. Log number 2854R2 by Representative Luttrell. Log number 3335R3 by Representative Mills. Log number 3456 by Representative Escobar. Log number 2621R1 by Representative Gates. Log number 3169 by Representative Sherrill. Log number 2739 by Representative Houlihan. Log number 2948 by Representative Gallego of Arizona. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? If there's no further discussion, the questions on adoption of
2948 by Representative Gallagher, not Mr. Gallego.
Oh, the last one, I gave my friend from Arizona too much credit. 2948 was by Representative Gallagher.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my.
Of Wisconsin.
Oh, hey.
Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? There's no further discussion. Questions on adoption of the en bloc package number 4. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The en bloc package is adopted. All right, now we will go to postponed recorded votes. Goodness. Yeah, members need to turn on their own button on their voting machine. Where's the script for this?
Recorded vote. Committee postponed.
Okay, we are now going to proceed to vote on amendments that were where a recorded vote was requested. Committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3611R5 by Ms. Escobar. And we shall now resume proceedings on that amendment. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
I'm sorry. And the ranking member will be voting yes.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote.
Hey, it ain't over till it's over.
The lady from Texas is showing off. Clerk will lock the machine and report the vote. Oh.
One second. Wrong way. How do I change my vote? I got lost as what this was.
Will the clerk reopen the machine?
I can't do that, Mr. Chairman.
So, sir?
I cannot do that. I cannot.
Okay,
do,
would
do a manual.
unanimous consent to record, take the vote de novo. Without objection, so ordered. Okay, clerk will clear the machine.
Oh, sorry. So sorry about that. I lost track.
Okay.
We're having to redo this because of Mr. Turner. I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Might not have been understood.
The committee postponed proceedings on log number 3611R5 by Ms. Escobar, and we shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Okay. All right. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Chairman is voting no, the ranking member is voting yes. Clerk will open the machine.
Chairman, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Yeah, seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 35, the noes are 24.
The ayes are 35, noes are 24. The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on log number 3461R2 by Mr. Golden and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting yes.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Ms. Mace? Does any member need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
Noes are 31, the ayes are 28. The amendment's not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2654 by Mr. Jackson and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
Ranking member will be voting no, I think.
Clerk will.
Yes, I'll be voting no. Sorry.
Okay, the chairman will be voting yes, and the ranking member will be voting no. Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The ayes are 31, the noes are 28. The amendment is agreed to. This is the one we've been looking for, the last one. Committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 2905R1 by Representative Courtney and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And in a remarkable moment, I will be voting yes as well.
Excellent.
We are together in the end.
All right. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Have all members voted? Any member need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 49, the noes are 10.
And the ayes are 49, the noes are 10. The amendment is agreed to. All right. Listen, this has been a long day, and we have accomplished a lot. We had over 800 amendments. Less than 50 were debated. It just speaks volumes of how well this committee has worked together. But I think everybody in this room knows that the real work was done by the outstanding staff that we have on both sides of the aisle. These are some really sharp young people that have just really devoted a lot of time and energy to this, and this is a big bill. I mean, we have authorized over half of all discretionary spending in this authorization bill. It's a big deal, and I really appreciate all their work and all your work, and I can't thank enough the ranking member, my friend, Mr. Smith, for being such a great partner to work with in this endeavor. So thank the committee staff, and thank you, and I turn the mic over to the ranking member.
Well, I just want to reiterate everything the chairman just said. First of all, thank him for his partnership. We have worked together for years on this committee. I also want to thank, the chairs and rankings that have come before who are lurking over our shoulders here that set the example, basically, that you work in a bipartisan way, you include all of the members. We disagree, we have arguments, but the goal here is to get the bill done, and we always do. Mr. Rogers has been an outstanding chairman in your first markup as chairman. You could not possibly have done a better job. I appreciate that. Also really want to emphasize the staff. All of those amendments that come flooding in, and of those 800 amendments that we considered, we really considered probably closer to 1,500 once you sort through all the different ideas that they had to sort through, and then the reiterations of each one as we tried to work it out. And a lot of what we don't have to argue about, and I know this point, I forget who made the point earlier, as we're arguing about all this stuff, you don't see all the stuff that we agree on. It's the staff that really is very responsible for all that stuff that we agree on to work out the differences and get it done so that we don't have to argue about it. We get it done and put in there. I also want to do a special shout out to Kate Liu in my personal office, who is in charge of keeping me informed of all the debate talking points. So she made a special trip down here to work on that. I appreciate that help. Staff has been outstanding. We are one step down the road to the process. And again, thanks to the chairman and all the members for their contributions to what I think is an excellent product. I yield back.
Great. If there are no further, and I want everybody to know, we're going to have a recorded vote for final passage, so don't jump up and run. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electron.
Not yet. You got it. Now you got to. Now we're going to report them.
Yeah, we don't need a recorded vote. Without objection, the request for recorded vote is withdrawn. We are now voting on reporting the bill favorably to the House. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 2670, as amended, favorably to the House.
So many who's in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. And the chair, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Chair calls for a recorded vote. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Members should turn their device on. Chairman will be voting aye.
It's on.
Ranking member will be voting aye as well.
Clerk will open the machine and members will vote. Mr. Luttrell, yeah, okay. Have all members voted? Does any member need to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 58, the noes are 1.
The vote is 58-1. The bill is favorably reported to the full House. Quorum being present, the motion is adopted without objection. The motion reconsidered laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition? What? Well, why'd you put it in front of me if I'm not supposed to read it?
Do I do something? Yes, there you go. Sorry, I didn't have what was in front of me. I apologize. Mr. Chairman, consistent with House rules, I would like to assert the right of any member to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views for inclusion in the committee's report to the House on the bill just ordered reported.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to clause 2, what? All right, Carbajal. Pursuant to clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file views in writing. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes and remove from the bill, as amended, provisions that would cause the bill to be referred to other committees, would result in additional direct spending, that would result in an earmark that does not meet the criteria of a community funding project, or that would result in a community funding project for which the requirements of Clause 17 of the House Rule 23 have not been met. Without objection, so ordered. Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to make such motions on the floor as necessary to go to conference with the Senate on Bill H.R. 2670 or similar Senate measure. Without objection, so ordered. If there is no further business, the committee stands adjourned to the call of the chair.